What up, everybody? This is your boy Tech G back with another video. And in this video, I want to welcome you all to my CompTIA A+ Core 2 course for exam number 220-1002. And the information I'm going to be presenting in this course is going to give you everything you need to know to successfully pass the CompTIA 220-1002 examination, assuming you properly study. Now understand that the CompTIA A+ certification is an entry-level computer certification for PC computer service technicians. The exam is designed to certify the competency of entry-level PC computer service professionals in installing, maintaining, customizing, and operating personal computers. So let's talk about some of the skills that you will learn. So the CompTIA A+ 220-1002 exam will focus on 4 primary areas of study, which are also known as domains. You have domain 1, which will focus on operating systems, and this is going to make up 27% of the exam. This domain will focus on the installation and support of Windows operating systems, including command line and client support, in addition to understanding Mac, Linux, and mobile operating systems. Domain 2 is going to focus on security, and that's going to take up about 24% of the exam. This domain will focus on identifying and protecting against security vulnerabilities for devices and their network connections. Then you have domain 3 that's going to focus on software troubleshooting, and this is going to make up 26% of your exam. This domain will focus on troubleshooting PC and mobile device issues, including application security support. And then finally, domain 4 is going to talk about operational procedures, and that's going to make up 23% of the exam. This domain will focus on following best practices for safety, environmental impacts, communication, and professionalism. Let's talk about the CompTIA A+ 220-1002 exam details. So the CompTIA A+ 220-1002, this is the latest and greatest exam version, and this exam version was launched January 15th, 2019. Now, at the time of this posting, CompTIA has not scheduled a retirement date for this exam, but normally 3 years after the launch of an exam is when you can expect for that exam to be officially retired so they can begin introducing the latest version. The exam has a maximum of 90 questions. The questions are presented in multiple choice format, single and multiple responses, drag and drop questions, and performance-based questions. The exam also has a 90-minute time limit. So in order to pass the 220-1002 exam, you will need to score 700 points out of a possible 900 points on the exam. It is recommended by CompTIA that a candidate has at least 9 to 12 months of hands-on experience in the lab or in the field. Now, as a caveat, I've trained plenty of people when I was in the military and as a civilian who had 0 experience in passing this exam. So you will be okay if you don't meet the recommended hands-on requirement. Also, the exam is available in English, German, Japanese, Portuguese, Thai, and Spanish. The company that is responsible for administering this test is called Pearson VUE Testing Centers, and the cost of the CompTIA 220-1002 exam is $226. Now, there are other options out there that will allow for you to get this exam at a discounted price, such as if you are a college student with a college email, you can pay for these vouchers and get about 50% off. Or if you work for a company, get your boss to pay for this exam. What you're going to do, you're going to go to a website called Pearson VUE. It'll be home.pearsonvue.com. And once again, I will put links in the description box below. First thing you want to do is you want to go click on this link where it says for test takers. You're going to click on that. You're going to click on schedule an exam. Going to click on that link. It's going to take you to this page right here. You're just going to scroll down. Going to give you some useful information about all kind of wonderful things going on. You're going to want to click on schedule your exam right here. Then from there, it's going to give you some more useful information. Then it's going to say A to Z program list. You're going to want to click on the letter C for CompTIA. Then from there, it's going to present this drop down list. And then you're going to just scroll until you see CompTIA, which is right here. You're going to select CompTIA. And then from here, you are going to go about either signing in if you already have an account, or you're going to create an account. For this part of the video, I'm just going to be showing you guys a bunch of screenshots because some of this stuff requires me to put my personal information in there, and I'm not going to be showing you all my personal information. Like I said earlier, you're going to either sign in if you already have an account, or you're going to go ahead and create an account. And here's a screen showing you how to sign in. Like I said, if you don't have an account, you're going to go over here and create a web account if you are a new user. After that, you're going to be looking at the dashboard, and then it's going to present an option for you to view exams. You're going to click on that button right there. And then from here, you can type in the exam that you're looking for, or you just start scrolling down looking for certain exams. In this particular example, I've taken screenshots of the CompTIA IT Fundamentals Certification exam, and this is the one that we're going to focus on just for this demonstration only. All right, so I went through and I found the CompTIA Fundamentals exam, and here it is listed right here, the FC0U-61. That is the latest and greatest CompTIA IT Fundamentals exam. I click on that. Now, here it's going to ask you, how do you want to take your exam? So you're going to have two options that I'm familiar with. I'm not exactly sure what this I have a private access code is referring to, but you're either going to be taking this at a local testing center, or you're going to have the option to take it at your house. So we're going to go through both steps real quick to kind of show you what all this looks like to help you set up your exam. So in this example, we're going to go through looking at scheduling an exam for a local testing center. You would select local testing center, then you hit the next button. It's going to ask you the language, obviously English. Well, that's what I speak, but you would select whatever language that you are most comfortable with. You're going to hit next. Then it's going to show you the exam details. So it's going to tell you what exam you're taking, the FC0-U61 CompTIA IT Fundamental Certification exam. It's going to show you the price, $123, and it's going to show you the language that you are taking the exam in. And then you're going to hit next. Then it's going to ask you some information regarding as to whether or not you are a veteran using some government benefits like your post 9/11 bill. If you do use those benefits, you're going to hit yes, and then it's going to ask you to input some more information. If not, you're just going to check no and then hit next. From there, it's going to ask you to input your address, and then from there, it's going to populate the closest testing centers to where you currently live, and they will be displayed down here. It'll give a list of names, and then it'll actually show you the distance from whatever residence that you typed in up here to where the closest testing center is to you. And then you would just select whatever testing center that you want. And it says you can select up to 3 test centers to compare the availability. Then after you select the testing center, it's going to ask you to select a date. Now, here is where you might run into some issues due to all of the things that are taking place in the world concerning social distancing. So normally you would go here, it will have a bunch of dates for you to pick. You would select the date, select the time, then go through the motions of paying for your certification and booking your appointment. But over here, well, it's not presenting me any options. So I think I did a screenshot for why can't I find an available appointment? And I did. And this is the window that's going to populate. It's going to say the test center chosen has no available appointment times or is not open. Select a different test center. The exam delivery dates are not available. Check another month. The exam authorization window is not applicable for the month being searched. Or the exam may be available for delivery at your home or office through OnView. Consider selecting a different delivery option. OnView is going to be the online testing. So with this particular exam, I believe they're only offering this thing online due to all the social distancing taking place out there. All right. So with that being said, now we're going to go back and do the at-home testing or the at-home office options that they have presented right here. So if you select at-home office, it's going to tell you this right here. It says, are you going to be testing on this device and network? If so, you're going to have to run a pre-check to verify compatibility of your device and network before planning to take this exam in your home or office. If you skip, be sure to do a full system test before test day to avoid lost exam fees and launch delays. So what you're going to do, you're going to want to hit the run the pre-checks, and then this window is going to pop up right here, and it's just going to test your microphone, your internet speed, and your webcam. At the time I was taking these screenshots, I didn't have my microphone plugged in. That's why I got a big X right here, but if I did, then whatever mic you're using, you're going to have to get a green in order for you to be fully compatible, and then you would just hit the rerun button and bam, you should be good to go. After you do that, it's going to ask you to agree to some online exam policies. So you're going to get a couple paragraphs here that you're going to have to read or scan through, and then select the check boxes so that you can proceed. After you do all that, we're going to get back to the options that we already saw. It's going to ask you to select the language. It's going to tell you the price and the exam and what language you're taking the exam in. It's going to ask you if you're a vet or not. And then it's going to ask you to select the date. So over here, you just select whatever dates are not grayed out. And then it also says to avoid any issues on exam day, we recommend checking into your exam 30 minutes before the scheduled start time. This allows optimal preparedness, but does not guarantee an early admittance or start time. I would say check in at least 45 minutes to an hour early. That way you can make sure everything is good to go. Your computer's up and running. You got good internet. You told the wife, the husband, the kids, or the brother, the sisters, and the dogs to get out, give you your piece so you can do your thing up in here. Make sure everything is good to go, because what's going to happen is if you miss this exam time, guess what? Your voucher is bye-bye. You don't get another one. It is what it is, ladies and gentlemen. So you're going to want to make sure that you make this appointment and do not forfeit this voucher for any reason or whatever. After you do all that, you select a day. It's going to ask you to select a time, morning, afternoon. It's going to present a bunch of stuff. Change the times. You can show them in the 24-hour time. And then it's going to say, it's going to take you to your cart. So over here, it's going to say, hey, you got this exam. It's going to be taken in this language. This exam is X amount of minutes long. This is the day. This is the time. You can change the appointments at this point if you want. And this is the price. Or you could just totally remove this thing altogether. And then you have the option to add another exam if you want to add another exam. You're going to scroll down on that same window. Then it's going to give you your confirmation contact information, your name, your telephone. You can edit all that stuff up. It's going to tell you the price of the exams. You're going to go to proceed to checkout down here. Then it's going to pop up this window that you're going to have to agree. It's going to tell you the CompTIA testing policies. It says admission policy. Please note this exam is proctored in English only. There is not an option for local language proctoring at this time. It says before the exam, it says visit the CompTIA online proctoring page and review information on exam policies and procedures, system requirements, and system tests. Complete the required system tests from the same computer and in the same location you'll be using on exam day. Corporate firewalls often cause issues while trying to take your exam. Please consider taking your exam in a setting without a corporate firewall. So try to take it at home if you can. But then it says review the identification requirements below. All right, so here's some of the ID requirements. So basically, you're going to have to show at least one valid form of unexpired government issued personal ID. The government issued ID must have your signature and a photo. So here's some examples. You're going to have a valid, unexpired passport, driver's license, military ID, some type of national or local ID, or a registration card, such as a green card, a visa, permanent resident. You're going to need to actually show that to the proctor. Then here's some other information pertaining to minors who are going to be taking the test. So for candidates who are 17 years of age and under, please note that the minor must have guardian authorization for each testing event. In addition, the minor must have a single form of photo ID, such as a school ID, and the guardian must be present during the check-in process and willing to show a proper government issued ID. So the stuff that we just talked about. Now here is the important stuff for exam day that you need to focus on. The day you take your exam, you're going to log into this account right here, www.pearsonview.com/CompTIA./on-view. You're going to click on your scheduled exam under purchased online exams. You're going to click begin exam and follow the on-screen prompts to complete the check-in process. Once you have completed the check-in process, you will be contacted by a proctor to begin your exam. Now, please note that you are required to have a clean and clutter-free workstation. During check-in, the proctor will ask you to perform a room and desk scan using your webcam and will inspect any materials near your website. So make sure you have a clean desk with nothing but your computer on it for the most part. That's it. No notes, no sticky tabs, no nothing. They are going to want you to take that webcam and scan the desk and make sure you don't have anything on your walls, because if you get caught cheating, guess what? Your voucher's gone and you fail the test, and you have to do this whole process all over again. All right, so after you do all of that, it's going to take you to the enter payment and billing page, and it's going to show you exactly how much the exam costs. Now, this is where you are going to enter your voucher number. So whatever your voucher number is that came to you in the email, you're going to put that number up in here, or some type of promotion code, but we're just going to assume you got a voucher. And once you hit apply, it's going to erase this price. Is it? Or it's going to change it. So let's just say you got a voucher to cover the whole $123. You hit the code, bam, this thing turns to zero. Or if you got a voucher saying that you get the exam for 50% off, this thing will turn to whatever 123 divided by 2 is, about 60 something dollars, right? Then you hit apply. And then from there, it's just going to ask you to input your purchase, your credit card information, assuming you have a balance that you have to pay. So like I said over here, if you got it for 50% off, you put the exam code in, and then next thing you know, this thing changes to like $60. Go to this page where you're just going to have to pay $60 into your credit card information and all that great, wonderful stuff, and then hit next. And after you hit next, you booked your exam and you are on your way. And just to reiterate, the day you go take your exam, this is where you're going to go. You're going to go to pearsonview.com/CompTIA/onview. And these are the steps that you need to take so that you can take your exam. Like I said, please try to check in 45 minutes to an hour early. I know they say 30 minutes, but just give yourself a little wiggle room to make sure everything is nice and clean. Nobody's bothering you. Your system is fully functional. Your internet is good to go so that you can take this exam without any problems whatsoever. Because if you miss this exam time, guess what? Your voucher is gone, and you have to go through the entire process again and pay for this exam or get another voucher somehow, some way, so that you can get this certification. All right. So before we go, there's one final page that you guys want to go check out. You want to go check out the CompTIA candidate testing policies. You can do a simple Google search for CompTIA candidate testing policies, and it's going to give you some extra information pertaining to whether or not you have a disability and if special accommodations could be made for you, whether or not English is a second language for you, and if they can make accommodations for you, how they go about scoring the exam, the content of the exam, the retesting, whether or not you need to provide a photograph, rescheduling, and the cancellation policy. Cancellation policy is very important. It says you must contact Pearson VUE at least a minimum of 24 hours prior to your exam appointment. Canceling or failing to appear for an exam will result in the forfeiture of your exam fee. So you need to, if you plan on canceling for any reason, you need to do it 24 hours before, or else it is what it is. You're going to have to pay for this whole thing all over again, ladies and gentlemen. And that's for rescheduling as well. So like I say, go visit this webpage, Candidate Testing Policies, so that you can get read up on the latest and greatest, so that you can go out there and successfully pass whatever certification exam that you are taking. In this video, you will learn about common operating system types and their purposes as it relates to 32-bit versus 64-bit, workstation operating systems, cell phone, tablet operating systems, vendor-specific limitations, and compatibility concerns between operating systems. Let's talk about 32-bit versus 64-bit file systems. So an operating system is system software that manages computer hardware, software resources, and provides common services for computer programs. One of the main functions of an operating system is to enable the computer to keep track of all of the files used on the device. In computing, a file system controls how data is stored and retrieved. Without a file system, data placed in a storage medium would be one large body of data with no way to tell where one piece of data stops and the next begins. By separating the data into pieces and giving each piece a name, the data is easily isolated and identified. When utilizing Windows operating systems, depending upon the type of file system a user utilizes for a hard drive can affect the following. It can affect rules pertaining to how large a logical drive or a drive letter can be, and whether or not the hard drive can be used as simply one drive, or if the drive is divided into several smaller drives, or whether the hard drive must be multiple separate drives altogether. It also affects data storage efficiency in terms of maximizing the use of available space, and it affects implementing measures to protect a system from tampering, as well as affecting the ability of a drive to be accessed by more than one operating system. Now, Windows operating systems can support 3 types of file systems for hard drives and USB flash drives, and those systems are FAT32, NTFS, and exFAT. Let's talk about FAT32. So FAT32, which stands for File Allocation Table 32, is the 32-bit version of the FAT file system. The FAT32 format was employed on Windows PCs in 1995 prior to the NTFS file system. FAT32 is widely used for USB drives, flash memory cards, and external hard drives for compatibility between all platforms. FAT32 has some of the following characteristics. It has a 32-bit file allocation table that allows for 268,435,456 entries per drive. Entries are allocation units or folders that can be used by a file. FAT32 allows for the root directory to be located anywhere on the drive with an unlimited number of entries. For drives as large as 16 gigabits, FAT32 uses an 8 kilobit allocation unit size. FAT32 allows for a maximum logical partition size of 2 terabytes. FAT32 is compatible with Linux and Mac operating systems. For partitions larger than 32 gigs, Windows cannot create a FAT32 partition, although Windows can use a larger partition if it already exists. And then FAT32 is mainly used to format flash memory cards and USB flash drives for use in workstations, media players, smart TVs, printers, cameras, and other USB-enabled devices. Some of the limitations of FAT32 include it can only support individual files of up to 4 gigs in size, it cannot use file permissions, and it does not support journaling, which enables corrupted files to be fixed. Let's talk about exFAT or FAT64. So exFAT stands for Extensible File Allocation Table, and it is a file system that supports 64-bit addressing introduced by Microsoft in 2006 that is optimized for flash memory such as USB flash drives and SD cards. exFAT functions just as easily as FAT32, although it has many more improvements in terms of capacity and scalability. The main features of exFAT are as follows. It can support volumes larger than 32 gigs. The recommended volume size is 512 terabytes. The theoretical size is 64 zettabytes, where 1 zettabyte equals 1 billion terabytes. exFAT file system structure allows for improved performance with flash media and movie recording. It supports universal time coordinate date stamps, and it can be used with Windows 7, 8, 8.1, and Windows 10. And here is a lovely screenshot showing you some of the file system formatting options that are available with this particular USB drive. Let's talk about workstation operating systems. So operating systems can be classified as either open source or closed source. Open source software is a source code that is made freely available for possible modification and redistribution. Closed software, which is also known as proprietary software or vendor-specific software, is computer software for which the software's publisher or another person retains intellectual property rights, such as either a copyright or some type of patent rights to the source code. To access closed source software, a user typically has to be granted permissions and also pay a licensing fee. Microsoft Windows, which is simply known as Windows, is a group of proprietary graphical operating system families, all of which are developed and marketed by Microsoft. Windows is the most popular and utilized closed source software product in the world. In the 1980s, Microsoft started off by providing the operating system for IBM personal computers using a command line input system called DOS, or Disk Operating System. Beginning in the early 90s, DOS was replaced with a GUI, or graphical user interface, system called Windows. In 1995, Microsoft introduced Windows 95, which eventually led way to future versions of Windows, such as XP, Vista, Windows 7, 8, 8.1, and 10. Apple's closed source software is called Mac OS and was released in 2001. Now, at the time of this recording, the latest version of Mac is called Catalina, and that is version 10.15.7. Mac OS software was specifically designed to integrate with Apple's mobile devices that use the iOS operating system, such as the iPhone, the iPad, Apple Watch, and the Apple TV. Linux is a family of open source Unix-like operating systems based on the Linux kernel, and that operating system kernel was first released in 1991 and is named after a guy named Linus Torvalds. Hope I said his name properly. Linux is typically packaged in what is called a Linux distribution or a distro. Some of the distros are available as command line interfaces and others come as GUI distros. The most popular distros of Linux are Ubuntu, Mint, Kali, and Red Hat. There are companies such as Red Hat that modify the Linux source code and then charge individuals or organizations for support towards the modifications. Let's talk about cell phones and tablet operating systems. So the two major mobile operating systems for smartphones are Android and iOS. There are very few people who own a smartphone that utilize Windows Mobile. Two of the main differences between an Android and an iOS smartphone are as follows. Android operating system updates are provided by the wireless carrier, and iOS updates are provided by Apple, but wireless carriers do provide network-specific updates towards the actual iPhone. Windows Mobile, this is a discontinued family of mobile operating systems developed by Microsoft for smartphones and personal digital assistants. In 2019, Microsoft ended its support for the mobile OS and essentially exited the smartphone market altogether. Microsoft Surface Pro tablet that runs off of Windows 10, and it pretty much functions like a regular laptop. Android is a mobile operating system based on a modified version of the Linux kernel and other open source software designed primarily for touchscreen mobile devices such as smartphones and tablets. Android is a free and open source software where its source code is known as Android Open Source Project, whose mission is to maintain and develop the Android platform. One of the main draws to Android is that the code is open source, which allows for developers to modify and freely create applications for it. Now, to figure out the current version of the Android device that you may be using, you could just simply go to Menu, Settings, About Phone, and the software information, and it will display the version that you are using. Now, be mindful that due to various licensing agreements that allow for customization, Android devices are likely to have different interfaces and features from different vendors. iOS is a closed source software mobile operating system created and developed by Apple exclusively for its hardware. It is the operating system that powers many of the company's mobile devices, including the iPhone, the iPod Touch, and the iPad. Apple iOS is based on Mac OS, which has its roots in Unix. Now, to figure out what version of the iOS that you are using on your device, just simply go to Settings, General, and About, and you will be presented that wonderful information. Let's talk about Chrome. So Chrome OS is a Linux-based operating system designed by Google, which is installed on Chromebooks, which are essentially inexpensive laptops designed to run web-based applications. It is derived from the free software called Chromium OS and uses the Google Chrome web browser as its principal user interface. However, Chrome OS is a proprietary software. Let's talk about vendor-specific limitations and compatibility concerns. So, virtually all smartphones in the US use either Android or iOS. Each OS has many benefits that keep a loyal base of users on both sides. Apple iOS is a vendor-specific product, and some of its benefits are as follows. Apple controls the operating system, and this offers better quality control and safety of Apple products. Apple iOS products products integrate with other Apple iOS products way more easily due to the closed source platform. Now, a potential downside to the iOS platform is that iOS does not play well with non-iOS devices. Android operating systems. This is an open source platform, and some of the benefits are as follows. It has way more apps available for that platform, and Android devices are oftentimes cheaper than iPhones and iPads. Now, a potential downside to the Android platform is that Android allows the use of third-party apps, which can present security issues for users and their devices. All right, so now let's go ahead and get into some of this wonderful check on learning, shall we? So the first question is, which of the following is an open source mobile operating system designed for smartphones and tablets? Is it Windows, Android, iOS, or Chrome OS? So which of the following is an open source mobile operating system designed for smartphones and tablets? The correct answer is Android. That is an open source platform, ladies and gentlemen. Next question. A Microsoft proprietary file system optimized for flash drives is known as what? ext3, FAT32, NFS, exFAT, or CDFS. So a Microsoft proprietary file system that is optimized for flash drives, which one is it? The correct answer is exFAT, which is also known as FAT64. And the final question is, which of the following operating systems use a web browser as its main user interface? Is it Linux, Chrome, Microsoft Windows, or Mac OS? So which one of these uses a web browser as its main user interface? The correct answer is Chrome operating system uses a web browser as its main user interface. All right. So in summary, we have talked about common operating systems and their purposes as it relates to things such as 32-bit versus 64-bit, workstation, cell phone, tablets, vendor-specific limitations, and compatibility concerns as it deals with operating systems. Now understand that this is going to be a very short video briefly glancing over some of the various features associated with different versions of Microsoft Windows. The first thing we got to talk about real quick is this thing called BitLocker. So BitLocker, this is a full volume encryption feature included with Microsoft Windows versions, starting with Windows Vista. It is designed to protect data by providing encryption for entire volumes. By default, it uses the AES encryption algorithm in cipher block chaining with a 128-bit or 256-bit key. A companion program called BitLocker to Go that encrypts removable disks and USB drives. Next thing we got to talk about is this thing called Windows Media Center. So Windows Media Center is a discontinued digital video recorder and media player created by Microsoft that allowed for users to play videos, music, and display slideshows. In addition to streaming media from sites like Netflix, Media Center was first introduced to Windows in 2002 on Windows XP Media Center Edition. It was included in Home Premium and Ultimate editions of Windows Vista, as well as editions on Windows 7 except Starter and Home Basic. It was also available on Windows 8 Pro and Windows 8.1 Pro as a paid add-on before being discontinued in Windows 10, although it can reportedly be unofficially reinstalled using a series of command prompt commands. Next, we got to talk about Branch Cache. So Branch Cache is a wide area network bandwidth optimization software technology that is included in some editions of the Windows Server 2016 and Windows 10 operating systems, as well in some editions of Windows Server 2012, Windows 8.1, Windows Server 2012 R2, Windows 8, Windows Server 2008 R2, and Windows 7. Branch Cache was designed to allow for efficient use of bandwidth for remote offices and clients. To optimize WAN bandwidth when users access content on remote servers, Branch Cache fetches content from your main office or hosted cloud content servers and caches the content at branch office locations, allowing client computers at branch offices to access the content locally rather than over the wide area network. So in layman's terms, branch cache caches the most commonly requested data on the client computer so that the bandwidth is not wasted on repetitive data requests. And then let's talk about encrypting file systems. So the encrypting file system on Microsoft Windows is a feature introduced in version 3.0 of NTFS that provides file system level encryption on all Windows systems. The technology enables files to be individually encrypted to protect confidential data from attackers with physical access to the computer. And now to wrap this video up, what I have on the screen is a few graphs here that show you feature comparisons for Windows 7, 8, 8.1, and 10. Now, I'm not about to sit here and make a video that's going to outline every single difference and feature from each version. What you can do is go to my website, technologyg.com, and these graphics on your screen will be on the website for your viewing leisure. All right. So in summary, we have briefly talked about some of the various versions of Microsoft Windows and quickly glanced over their features. Now, once again, go visit my website, Technology G, so that you can check out all these wonderful graphics right here so you can get very familiar with the differences between the various versions of Microsoft Windows. In this video, you will learn about general operating system installation considerations and upgrade methods pertaining to boot methods, types of installations, partitioning, and file system types and formatting. Let's talk about boot methods. So in computing, booting is the process of starting a computer. It can be initiated by hardware, such as a button press, or by software commands. After it is switched on, a computer central processing unit has no software in its main memory. So some processes must load software into memory before it can be executed. This may be done by hardware or firmware in the CPU or by a separate processor in the computer system. Regardless of how this process is executed, the computer must be told how to find the software or the operating system. And this is accomplished within the BIOS UEFI boot order settings or the boot sequence. A boot sequence is the order in which a computer searches for non-volatile data storage devices containing program code to load the operating system. Devices that are usually listed as boot order options in the BIOS settings are hard disks, floppy disks, optical drives, flash drives, etc. In a boot order, the computer first looks for files to load from the first place listed in the order. If the computer doesn't find them there, it will go to the next place on the list and so on until it finds an operating system to load to become operational. And here is a wonderful screenshot of a typical BIOS boot order menu. The installation process has various methods to boot a system to allow for a Windows installation file to be extracted from an ISO file in Windows 7, such as you have optical disks. So this is a method used to install Windows to an actual PC, in addition to creating a master PC from which future disk images can be created. Next, you have what is called the network PXE boot, that stands for pre-boot execution environment. This method is used in client server environments that boot a software assembly retrieved from a network on PXE enabled clients. In layman's terms, the operating system image is stored on a server and the computer loads the image over an established network connection. This method only works if the client has a PXE capable network interface controller or a NIC card. Another option you have is called booting from the USB thumb drive. So you would use this method as an alternative if installing an operating system from a DVD isn't possible, such as if your computer simply doesn't have a CD or a DVD drive. Now be mindful to change the boot order in the BIOS UEFI to allow for USB booting. Then you have booting from a hard disk drive or a solid state drive. This method is where most operating systems will reside. You need to be sure to change the boot order in the BIOS UEFI so that the computer knows to look here first if the OS resides here. And then you also have partitions on the internal hard disk drive or the solid state drive. This method is similar to booting from an internal hard drive, except that a designated partition or a section of the drive has been reserved for booting an operating system. Let's talk about installation type. So the first one we have is called an unattended installation. So an unattended installation is the installation of a program without requiring the user to select options or click next at the end of each step. Unattended installations often use a file of predefined answers so that after starting the installation, it runs to completion without further user intervention. In an attended installation, information must be provided at various points during the process. Next, we have an in-place upgrade installation. So an in-place upgrade installation is the installation of an operating system or application on a computer without removing the older version first and without saving any data beyond normal precautions. In-place installations of operating systems have a tendency to cause problems, especially if the new version is very different from the previous one. These in-place upgrades will not delete previous installations, which will allow for the user to retain their apps and settings, in addition to preserving their personal files as well. Also understand that Windows in-place installations only allow for 32-bit versions to upgrade to other 32-bit versions, and for 64-bit versions to upgrade to 64-bit versions only. And here is a wonderful screenshot showing you what an in-place installation looks like when you get ready to start one. Let's talk about a clean install. A clean install is a completely new installation of an operating system or application on a computer. In a clean install of an operating system, the hard disk is formatted and completely erased. In a clean install of an application, the older version is uninstalled first. Installing an operating system on a new computer or installing an application for the first time is automatically a clean install. Now, prior to initiating a clean install, you need to check for the following. You need to check the boot sequence order in the BIOS UEFI to ensure the drive for installation is placed before the hard drive. If installing a drive that requires additional drivers, have the drivers available on any type of removable media supported by the system. If installing from a CD or DVD, a disk image, or within a virtual machine, you need to restart the system with the CD, DVD media, or image file in place, then press a key when prompted to boot. And here is a lovely screenshot showing you what a clean install looks like when you get ready to commence the process. Now, during a clean install, you will be prompted to enter, confirm, select, or provide various bits of information when prompted, such as whether you want to perform a custom installation by only selecting certain options during the clean install, what additional windows you will be installing, your location, such as are you at the home, the office, are you in public, and this will be used to configure the Windows firewall. You need to input your network settings. It's going to ask you about your partition locations, your partition types, and file systems. It's going to ask you to set up an admin password and password hints. It's going to ask you to enter a product key to activate Windows. It's going to ask you to set up the time, date, language, and region that your computer is physically located in. It's going to also ask you to enter a username and or company name, but that will be optional. And then it's going to ask you to specify if your computer belongs to a work group or a domain. A repair installation is simply the process of installing a new build over an existing installation to restore working files and registry entries without losing existing programs or information. Repair installations are available in Windows 7, 8, 8.1, and 10. You need to be sure to make a backup copy of all your data files before initiating a repair installation. Also, keep in mind that an in-place installation is also known as a repair installation. Let's talk about a multi-boot installation. So multi-booting is the act of installing multiple operating systems on a single computer and being able to choose which one to boot. The term dual booting refers to the common configuration of specifically two operating systems. Multi-booting may require a custom bootloader. Windows 7, Windows 8 and 8.1, and Windows 10 all support multi-boot installations. Next, we have a remote network installation, and this is a Microsoft supplied server that allows Pixie BIOS enabled computers to remotely execute boot environment variables. These variables are likely computers that are on a company or client's network. Remote network installation is used to create installation images of operating systems or computer configurations, which can be used to demonstrate the installation process to users whose machines have been granted access to remote network installation servers. This eliminates the need to use a CD-ROM for installing an operating system. Then we have an image deployment. An image deployment is a file format used primarily with Microsoft products to allow the use of a virtual disk for startup or booting. This process is also called disk cloning. As a word of caution, do not use disk cloning to make illegal copies of Windows. Only use disk cloning software legally to make a backup copy of your installation. We have a recovery partition. So a recovery partition is a partition on the disk that holds the Windows recovery environmental, also known as the WinRE, that can repair some common boot errors or help to restore the factory settings of the operating system if there is some kind of system failure. This partition has no drive letter, and you can only use help in disk management. WinRE is built into Windows 10 versions for desktop editions. We have refresh and restore. So PC recovery or computer recovery is the process of recovering a PC from software or hardware-based problems and restoring it to normal working conditions. It enables PC users to regain basic operations on their computers after experiencing a crash, corruption, physical technical error, or other problems that have made the PC inaccessible. To reset a PC in Windows 8 and 10, you would go to Settings, Recovery, and click Get Started under this PC. After clicking Get Started, you'll be presented with two options. You have the option of Keep My Files, and this is for a minor reset. This allows personal files to be kept while removing apps and any settings that have been changed. And then the other option is Remove Everything. This is for a major reset or removing all files. You would want to make backup copies of personal files before selecting this option. And here is a lovely screenshot of the PC recovery option before you commence to recovering or resetting your PC. All right, let's talk about partitioning. So disk partitioning or disk slicing is the creation of one or more regions on secondary storage so that each region can be managed separately. These regions are called partitions. It is typically the first step of preparing a newly installed disk before any file system is created. The disk stores the information about the partition's locations and sizes in an area known as the partition table that the operating system reads before any other part of the disk. Each partition then appears to the operating system as a distinct logical disk that uses part of the actual disk. Partitioning allows the use of different file systems to be installed for different kinds of files. Separating user data from system data can prevent the system partition from becoming full and rendering the system unusable. Partitioning can also make backing up easier. A disadvantage is that it can be difficult to properly size partitions, resulting in having one partition with too much free space and another nearly totally allocated. And here is a lovely screenshot showing you some disk partitioning taking place. All right, let's talk about some types of partitions that are included. So the first one you have is called basic. And basic, this is a disk that is initialized for basic storage. A basic disk contains basic volumes such as primary partitions, extended partitions, and logical drives. Additionally, basic volumes include multi-disk volumes such as volume sets, stripe sets, mirror sets, and stripe sets with parity. Then we have what is called dynamic. This is a disk that is initialized for dynamic storage. A dynamic disk contains dynamic volumes such as simple volumes, span volumes, stripe volumes, mirrored volumes, and RAID 5 volumes. With dynamic storage, disk and volume management can be performed without the need to restart Windows. Then we have what is called primary. This allows for the creation of up to 4 primary partitions on a basic disk. Each hard disk must have at least one primary partition where you can create a logical volume. You can set only one partition as an active partition. Primary partitions are assigned drive letters. Next one we have is called extended. This is when you have the need for more partitions on a basic disk than those that exist. You can create an extended partition to meet your extra disk partition requirements, and you can create logical drives in the extended partition to organize data files. Next one is logical. This uses logical drives to organize data files when there are not enough primary partitions to meet the storage requirements. Unlike primary and extended partitions, logical drives are not assigned any drive letters. Logical partitions can be created by any number of logical drives within the extended partitions. And then we have GPT. So GPT partitioning creates one or more primary partitions. There are no extended partitions or logical drives on the GPT drive. Each partition can be assigned a drive letter. However, only one partition can be active, and GPT stands for GUID partition table, or GUID partition table. All right, let's talk about file system types and formatting. So in computing, a file system controls how data is stored and retrieved. Without a file system, data placed in a storage medium would be one large body of data with no way to tell where one piece of data stops and the next begins. By separating the data into pieces and giving each piece a name, the data is easily isolated and identified. As mentioned in the previous video, Windows supports 3 different file systems for hard drives and USB flash drives. That is FAT32, NTFS, and exFAT. And here is a wonderful picture showing you the various file system format comparisons. And you can look at this at your own leisure by going to visit my website, technologyg.com. Let's talk about a swap partition. So a swap partition serves as overflow space for RAM. If the RAM fills up completely, additional applications will run off the swap partition rather than the RAM. This feature is called virtual memory in Windows and swap space in Linux. This feature is specially formatted to be used only as extra RAM and not additional storage space. Quick formatting versus full formatting. So quick formatting and full formatting is in reference to erasing a hard drive or some other storage device. Quick formatting, this allows for the overwriting of files on a drive, but it does not fully erase the files. With the proper software, the old files can be recovered. In Windows, FAT and NTFS formats, they allow for quick formatting. Then you have full formatting. This erases any files from the entire disk structure, changes or maintains the file system, and checks the disk for bad sectors. Full formats take significantly longer than a quick format. In Windows, FAT and NTFS formats, they do allow for full formatting. Let's talk about loading alternative drivers. So there may be times when Windows does not detect a hard drive during installation, so an alternate third-party driver must be installed to complete the installation. This would typically happen when dealing with third-party SATA or RAID onboard or add-on card host adapters that are used in Windows 7, 8, 8.1, and 10. Device drivers are added using the same screen that is used for partitioning by clicking the Load Driver button. Device drivers can be installed from CDs, DVDs, and USB flash drives. And here is a screenshot showing you the location of the Load Driver button down there in the bottom left. Work groups versus domain setup. So during the installation process, you will be asked to connect your computer to either a work group or a domain. And the differences are as follows. You got a work group. These are computers running Microsoft operating systems in home environments and small offices that may share files, printers, or an internet connection. And then you have a domain controller. And this is a server computer that responds to security authentication requests within a computer network domain. It is a network server used in primarily large networks like workplaces or schools that is responsible for allowing host access to domain resources. It authenticates users, stores user account information, and enforces security policy across the domain. Next, we have time, date, language, and region settings. So new installations of Windows will prompt for the user to input the time, date, language, and region that the user will be using the computer. If a user is performing a repair or in-place upgrade, the settings from the previous install will be utilized. Driver installation, software, and Windows updates. After you have installed a version of Windows, the next thing you need to do is update the system. The easiest way to perform an update is to set up the Windows Update for automatic updates. Factory recovery partition. So most modern computers with OEMs or original equipment manufacturer pre-installed Windows come with a factory recovery partition, which is also called a system restoration disk, which is a disk partition containing a special recovery image of the Windows installation. The partition allows users to restore Windows 10 to its original state, like when it was shipped from the factory. Usually you will be prompted to burn a restored image to one or more CDs or DVDs or a USB flash drive. Now be mindful that they may need a Windows product key or your system's serial number to run the recovery disk program. Let's talk about properly formatted boot drives with the correct partition or format. So to properly format a boot drive with correct partitions, you need to use a new drive or a clean formatted drive using the disk setup utility. You can use old drives, but they should be completely formatted of old files prior to. And let's talk about some prerequisites and hardware compatibility. So when you're performing a clean install, you need to make sure your hardware meets the prerequisites for working with the software, which is usually a minimal amount of RAM and a certain level of processing power. So the current requirements for Windows 10 are as follows. So you got the processor, you're going to need at least 1 gigahertz or faster processor or a system on a chip. For RAM, you're going to need at least 1 gig for 32-bit operating systems or 2 gigs for 64-bit operating systems. Hard drive space, you're going to need at least 16 gigs for a 32-bit operating system or 32 gigs for a 64-bit operating system. Graphics card, you want to probably roll with a DirectX 9 or later or a WDDM 1.0 driver. Display, you're going to want 800 by 600, and then you're going to need some type of internet connection to perform these updates. Now, the easiest way to check for compatibility with the Windows operating system is to go straight to Microsoft's website. Microsoft has what is called a hardware compatibility list, which is also known as the Windows compatibility product list. The HCL provides information about manufacturers and drivers that can or cannot be used with Windows. The hardware compatibility checker matches compatible products for Windows and Mac operating systems. Now, to check to see if a certain program works with a certain operating system, you can use the compatibility troubleshooter tool in Windows Tool. You can access it by right-clicking the program, then selecting properties, compatibility, then run this program in compatibility mode, and then select the previously used operating system. An alternate option in Windows 10 is go to the search bar, type run programs, then select run programs created for previous versions of Windows. All right, so that is the lesson. So let's go ahead and do some of this wonderful check on learning, shall we? So the first question is, a type of automated operating system installation process that uses an answer file and does not require user interaction or presence is known as what? Is it an image deployment, unattended installation, an in-place upgrade, or remote network installation? So a type of automated operating system installation process that uses an answer file and does not require user interaction or presence is known as what? The correct answer is an unattended installation. This thing will install itself with or without you. Next question. If a computer hard disk has an adequate free disk space, it is possible to install more than one operating system and then choose which operating system to use during each startup. This type of configuration setup is known as what? Is it multitasking, virtualization, multi-boot, or partitioning? So a computer's hard disk has adequate free space. You can load up more than one operating system. What is this called? This is called multi-boot. That's what it is called. And the final question is, a type of Windows installation that erases the contents of target partitions is called what? Refresh, clean install, in-place upgrade, or repair installation. So a type of Windows installation that erases the contents of a target partition is called what? This is called a clean install. All right. So in summary, we have talked about general operating system installation considerations, upgrade methods, boot methods, types of installations, partitioning, file system types, and formatting. In this video, you are going to learn about basic Microsoft command line tools that you will need to know to successfully pass this CompTIA examination. All right. First things first, let's talk about the command prompt. So the command line, this is also called the Windows command line, and this is a user interface that's navigated by typing commands at prompts instead of using a mouse. Unlike a GUI operating system, a command line only uses a keyboard to navigate by entering commands and does not utilize a mouse for navigation. Let's talk about how to access the command prompt. So the command prompt can be accessed on a Windows computer by clicking the command prompt option in the start menu. In Windows 8, 8.1, and 10, you can press the Windows key plus X and then press Command Prompt to run this thing in standard mode, or Command Prompt Admin to run it in administrative mode. You can also press the Windows key plus R to open up the run box and then type CMD or cmd.exe and then press OK, and that will get you access to the command prompt. Now, the command prompt is often used by technicians to do the following. It provides data recovery for systems that cannot boot manually. You can reinstall lost or corrupted system files. You can print file listings. You can copy, move, and delete data. And you can display or configure operating system settings from the command prompt. Let's talk about some of these basic Windows commands that you need to know. So, first things first, you want to keep in mind that you can enter these commands as either lowercase, uppercase, or a combination of the two. The first group of commands we need to learn about are the navigation commands. So you have the dir, or the directory command, and this displays a list of current folders and files on a directory. You have the change directory command, or the cd command, and this changes the working directory that you are currently working up out of. And then you have the cd ... command, and this allows for you to navigate to a previous directory that you were working up out of. Next, we have the ipconfig command, and this displays TCP/IP network information on a computer. You have the ping command. This sends IP packets to check the network connectivity. You have the traceroute command, and this is similar to the ping command, but this returns the path information that your ping went out there and took to an IP address destination. In Mac and Linux, this command is also called traceroute. You have the netstack command, and this displays a list of active TCP connections on a local network. You have the nslookup command, and this gathers the network's DNS information. You have the shutdown command, and this, well, shuts down the computer. You have the DISM, or the DISM command, and this stands for Deployment, Image Servicing, and Management. And this services images. You have the SFC command, or the System File Checker. This scans system files and replaces damaged or missing files, and this has to be run in admin mode. You have the Check Disk command, and this scans specified drives for errors and repairs them, and this also has to be run in administrative mode. You have the disk part, or the disk partition command. This creates and removes and manages disk partitions, and this too has to be run in administrative mode. You have task kill. This stops specified tasks on a local or remote computer. You have GP update. This refreshes group policy on local or active directory systems. You have GP result. This displays the resultant set of policy for the specified computer and user. You have the format command. This creates or recreates the specified file system on recordable or rewritable storage, such as magnetic flash and optical drives, and overwrites the contents of the drive. You have the net use command. This connects to shared folders. This is similar to mapping a network drive. You have the net user command. This manages user accounts by letting you add, remove, or change things about the user account. Then you have the command /? command, and this displays help for a specified command that you are going to type in those parentheses or those brackets right there. Then we have the copy command, and this copies one or more files to another folder or drive. You have the xcopy command. This copies one or more files and folders to another folder or drive. You have the robocopy, or the robust file copy, and this copies or moves files and folders. Now let's talk about some of the advantages of the xcopy command. So the xcopy command, this can be used in place of the copy command to do the following things. It can provide for faster operation on a group of files. So xcopy reads the specified files into RAM before copying them to their destination. It can create folders as needed by specifying a destination folder name in the xcopy command line. This will create a destination folder if needed. And then xcopy can be used as a backup utility. This could be used to change the archive bit from on to off on files to allow xcopy to be used in place of commercial backup programs. And then we have the robocopy command, and this functionally replaces the xcopy command with more options, such as it has the capability to tolerate pauses in network connections. It has the capability to mirror contents of the source and destination folders by removing and copying files. It has the capability to perform multi-threaded copies for faster copying on multi-core PCs. It can log copy processes, and it can list or copy files matching specified criteria, including minimum file sizes. All right, so in summary, we have just talked about some of the basic Microsoft command line tools that you need to know to pass the CompTIA A+ 220-1002 examination. In this video, you will learn about Microsoft operating system features and their tools. Let's talk about the Microsoft Administrative Tools. So Microsoft Administrative Tools is a folder in the control panel that contains tools for system administration and advanced users. The tools in the folder may vary depending upon which edition of Windows a user is utilizing. To get access to any of these administrative tools, you could simply just open the control panel, open the Systems and Security category, click or tap the Administrative Tools button, and then click or tap the tool that you want to use. Now be mindful, for Windows 10, the easiest way to get access to any of these tools is to simply type the name of the tool in the search window. All right, let's talk about some of these tools. So you have Computer Management, or the Microsoft Management Console, also known as MMC. And the Computer Management is a Microsoft Windows MMC snap-in that was first introduced with Windows XP that allows access to admin tools, including Event Viewer, Task Scheduler, local users and groups, performance logs and alerts, device manager, disk management, and the service manager. And here is a wonderful screenshot showing you the computer management. Now, to get access to the Windows Computer Management in Windows 7, just click Start, right-click Computer or My Computer and select Manage. Navigate to Start, All Programs, Admin Tools, Computer Management, or just open the Run prompt by clicking the Windows key plus R and then typing in compmgmt.msc. In Windows 8, 8.1, and 10, you could just press the Windows key plus X and select the Computer Management from the window, or you can go to Computer Management, select Event Viewer, Device Manager, Local Users and Groups, Services, and Disk Management. Let's talk about the local security policy. So the local security policy is a Microsoft Management Console snap-in that provides information about the security of a local computer on a work group network. The local security policy can allow for an admin to set up an account lockout policy, specify the number of invalid login attempts allowed, lockout durations, amongst other settings. Then we have the Performance Monitor. So the Performance Monitor is a system monitoring program introduced in Windows NT 3.1. It monitors various activities on a computer, such as CPU or memory usage. This type of application may be used to determine the cause of problems on a local or remote computer by measuring the performance of hardware, software services, and applications. To access the Performance Monitor in Windows 7, 8, and 8.1, just open the Run prompt, type perform.exe, and press Enter. In Windows 10, search for Performance Monitor or just type Perform in the search box, then click on the Performance Monitor node. Let's talk about services. So a Windows service is a computer program that operates in the background. Services can be run automatically or manually and are controlled through the services node of the Computer Management Console. Many of the core functions of Windows are implemented as services, including features such as the print spooler, wireless network configuration, DHCP client service, and many more. Windows services can be configured to start when the operating system is started and can run in the background as long as Windows is running. Alternatively, they can be started manually or by an event. You can also access the services dialog from the services applet and control panels administration tools folder, or by running services.msc from the run dialog. And here is a lovely screenshot of Windows services showing you some of the various things that you can do. The next tool is the Task Scheduler. So the Task Scheduler is a tool included with Windows that allows predefined actions to be automatically executed whenever a certain set of conditions is met. So for example, you can schedule a task to run a backup script every night or send you an email whenever a certain system event occurs. The task is saved in the Task Scheduler library. Tasks can be edited or deleted in this folder as needed. You can also run the Task Scheduler from the run or search box by entering task schd.msc. Next, we have component services. So you can use the component services snap-in in the Microsoft Management Console to configure and administer component object model components, or COM components. You have COM_applications and the distributed transaction coordinator, or the DTC. The component services is designed both for system administrators and for application developers. So for example, administrators can manage components and developers can configure routine component and application behavior, such as participation in transaction and object pooling. Next, we have data sources. So a data source configuration is a collection of information that identifies the database you want to access using the ODBC, or the Open Database Connectivity Driver. The ODBC driver is a standard application programming interface, or an API, for accessing database management systems. The designers of ODBC aim to make it independent of database systems and operating systems. An application written using ODBC can be ported to other platforms, both on the client and server side, with few changes to the data access code. The ODBC Data Source Administrator is used to list and manage data sources and drivers. Data sources are listed by user, system, and file. And the Data Source Administrator also lists drivers and provides options for tracing and pooling data sources. And here is a lovely screenshot of the ODBC Data Source Administrator window, something that you'll probably never use. Next, let's talk about print management. So print management is a snap-in in the MMC, or the Microsoft Management Console, that enables you to install, view, and manage all of the printers in your organization from any computer running Windows Server. Print management provides up-to-the-minute details about the status of printers and print servers on the network. To start the print management, you would simply open the Administrator Tools folder in the control panel and click Print Management. We have the Windows Memory Diagnostics. So the Windows Memory Diagnostics tool is a tool that performs a scan of your computer's physical memory and helps identify possible errors before the Windows desktop is loaded. The user can select the type of test and numbers of test repetitions to perform. The results are displayed in a pop-up message from the taskbar after the Windows desktop reloads. To launch the Windows Memory Diagnostics tool in Windows 10, you would type Windows Memory Diagnostics and select the link. It can also be started by pressing the Windows key plus R and typing mdsched.exe. Next, we have the Windows Firewall. So Windows Firewall, which is also called Windows Defender Firewall in Windows 10, is a firewall security application component of Microsoft Windows. It can block unwanted traffic going into or out of the computer. Event Viewer. This allows administrators to view the event log, security actions, crashes, and other events on a local or remote machine. Applications and operating system components can use the centralized log service to report events that have taken place, such as failure to start a component or to complete an action. We have the device manager, and this is a control panel applet that allows users to view and control the hardware attached to the computer. When a piece of hardware is not working, the hardware is highlighted for the user to troubleshoot. The list of hardware can be sorted by various criteria. To access the device manager in Windows 7, just click Start, right-click Computer and select Properties, then click the device manager link on the left side under Tasks. In Windows 8, 8.1, and 10, open the menu and click Search for 8 and 8.1, or click the search window in Windows 10. Search for Device Manager, click or type the Device Manager link. And the easiest way to access Device Manager is simply press the Windows key plus X, then click or type Device Manager. All right, let's talk about msconfig. So system configuration, or msconfig.exe. This is a system utility to troubleshoot the Microsoft Windows startup process. It can disable or re-enable software, device drivers, and Windows services that run at startup, or change boot parameters. The system configuration tabs are as follows. You have the General tab that enables you to select from Normal, Diagnostic, which is a clean boot, or Selective Startup. You have the Boot tab that specifies how to boot a Windows system. You have the Services tab that disables or re-enables system services. You have the Startup tab that disables or re-enables startup programs. And you have the Tools tab that is used to launch system restore, computer management, and other management tasks. To access msconfig in Windows 7, just click the Start button to open up the Windows desktop search pane, then type msconfig and press Enter. To access msconfig in Windows 8, 8.1, and 10, press the Windows key plus X, click or tap the Run button, then type msconfig and press Enter. Next, we have the Task Manager. So the Task Manager is a task manager, system monitor, and startup manager included with Microsoft Windows systems. It provides information about computer performance and running software, including the name of running processes, CPU load, commit charge, input-output details, logged in users, and Windows services. Task Manager can also be used to set process priorities, processor affinity, start and stop services, and to forcibly terminate processes. Some of the ways to display the Task Manager: you can right-click the taskbar and select Task Manager. You can press Ctrl+Shift+Escape. You can open the Run or search box and type Task MGR. You can press Ctrl+Alt+Delete and select Task Manager from the Windows Security dialog. In Windows 10, you can just simply enter Task Manager into the search box. Now, the Windows 7 Task Manager tabs are as follows. You have the Applications tab. This shows you running applications. You have Processes. This displays program components that are consuming the most memory. You have the Performance tab. This displays CPU, memory, page file, and caching stats. You have the Networking tab. This lists network utilization by adapter in use. You have the Users tab that lists your current users. And you have Services that lists services and their status. Now, Windows 8 and 8.1 Task Manager tabs are as follows. You have the Processes tab. This displays apps and background processes in memory. The Performance tab displays CPU, memory, disk drives, Bluetooth, Ethernet, and Wi-Fi status. You have the App History tab that displays app resource usage in the current system session. You have the Startup tab, displays startup programs and their impact on system performance. Users tab lists the current users, details, displays the processor ID or the PID, status, username, CPU, and memory usage by app or service. And then you have the Services tab where that lists the services and their status. Let's talk about disk management. So disk management snap-in of the MMC is a GUI-based system utility in Windows that enables you to perform advanced storage tasks. Disk management is accessible by right-clicking on the Windows icon or the Start button and selecting disk management from the menu that appears. Disk management allows for you to display the drive status of connected drives. It allows you to mount drives. A mounted drive is a drive that is mapped to an empty folder within the volume that has been formatted as NTFS to provide more space for temporary files, and can be enabled to move folders to different drives if space runs low on the current drive. It allows for you to initialize disks, and this happens when a new drive is connected to where the operating system may prompt for you to initialize it. It allows for you to expand partitions, where this enables you to extend the size of a partition, also known as a volume. It allows for you to split partitions, where you can split a single partition into 2 or more partitions. You can shrink partitions, where this frees up space on the drive in order to install another operating system. You can assign or change drive letters, and this can be used if a volume was created without a drive letter being assigned. You can add drives, and this is used to create new volumes to occupy a portion or all of the space on an unallocated disk. You can add arrays, and this supports basic disks, which can be bootable, and it also supports dynamic disks. And then you can also do some things with storage spaces, to where this could be used to expand storage by adding additional drives. And here is a wonderful screenshot showing you the disk management window where all of that magical stuff can happen. Let's talk about system utilities. So system utilities is a software designed to help analyze, configure, optimize, or maintain a computer. It is used to support the computer infrastructure, in contrast to the application software, which is aimed at directly performing tasks that benefit ordinary users. Windows includes a variety of command line utilities that operate under the system's utilities for system management. Now, the ones that you need to be concerned about in order to successfully pass the 220-1002 exam are as follows. You have the regedit command, where that launches the registry editor. To start the regedit, just open the Run or Windows desktop search window and type regedit and press enter. Next, you have the cmd command, and this opens the command prompt. You have the services.msc. This shows you the Windows services. You have the MMC. This starts the Microsoft Management Console. You have the TSC, and this is a remote desktop connection where it facilitates connections to remote computers and allows full remote control. And to run that in Windows 7, just click Start, type MSTSC, and then press Enter. In Windows 8 and 8.1, just press the Windows plus X key, click Run, then type MSTSC, press Enter. Windows 10, just search for Remote Desktop. Next, you have Notepad, and this opens the Notepad text editor / viewer. You can also create batch files, scripts, and edit HTML files with this. You have the Explorer. This starts Windows Explorer in Windows 7 or File Explorer in Windows 8, 8.1, and 10. It allows for you to do some file management tool stuff, and you can also view the local drive or the network and internet content. You have the MS Info 32. This starts the Windows systems information. It also displays a great deal of information about the computer hardware and Windows installation in a system. Then you got the DXDiag. This starts the DirectX diagnostic, where this displays and troubleshoots DirectX components in Windows. Then you have the disk defrag / optimizer. And this is used to increase performance or access speed by rearranging files stored on the disk to occupy contiguous locations. You have system restore. This allows the PC to reset to a previous configuration. You have MS config that starts the system configuration utility. And then you have Windows update, and this checks for the latest updates and security features and installs them automatically. All right, so now let's do some of this fabulous check on learning, shall we? So the first question is, which of the tabs on the system configuration utility in Windows contains the diagnostic startup option? Is it Tools? Is it General? Is it Services? Is it Startup? Or is it Boot? So which of these tabs on the system configuration utilities in Windows contains the diagnostic startup option? The correct answer is the General tab. Remember, this enables the selection from normal, diagnostic, or selective startup. Next question. Many of the utilities available in the Administrator Tools folder in Windows Control Panel are implemented as the so-called Microsoft Management Console, or the MMC. The most prominent MMC component in this folder, which contains a collection of other MMC snap-ins such as the Device Manager, Disk Management, and Event Viewer, is called what? Is it the Task Manager? Is it the Performance Monitor? Is it Computer Management? Or is it the System Configuration? So which one is the most prominent that contains all these other snap-ins? The correct answer is Computer Management. And the final question is, which of the Windows Task Manager tabs in Windows 8, 8.1, and 10 include information about the network resource usage? Is it the Applications tab, the Processes tab, the Performance tab, or the Services tab? So in relation to Windows 8, 8.1, and 10, which of these tabs includes information about network resource usage? The correct answer is the Performance tab. All right. So in summary, we have talked about Microsoft Systems Operating System features and tools. In this video, you will learn about Microsoft Windows Control Panel utilities. So let's talk about the control panel. So the control panel is a component of Microsoft Windows that provides the ability to view and change system settings. It consists of a set of applets that include adding or removing hardware and software, controlling user accounts, changing accessibility options, and accessing networking settings. To access the control panel in Windows 8 and 8.1, just simply hit the Windows key plus X and then click the control panel button. On a touchscreen, you can just open the Charms menu in Windows 8 and 8.1 and then search for control panel and then click control panel. In Windows 10, just type control panel in the search box and then select the control panel link. Let's talk about the internet options. So in Windows 10, the internet options menu can be accessed via the network and internet options link in the control panel. Once there, the internet property sheet will appear and it will present 7 tabs. And these 7 tabs consist of the General tab, and this allows for you to set the home page, set tab settings, delete browsing history, cookies, temporary files, and save passwords. You can change the appearance and you can configure accessibility settings. You have the Security tab that allow for you to configure security zones. You have the Privacy tab that will allow for you to select privacy settings for the current zone, location settings, pop-up blocker, and in private browsing settings. You have the Content tab that will allow for you to set options for family safety, SSL certificate management, autocomplete, and feeds. You have the Connections tab that will allow for you to set options for VPNs, dial-up, LAN connections, and proxy servers. You have the Programs tab that allow for you to select the default web browser, manage add-ons, select the default HTML editor, and set the default apps for email and other internet services. And then you have the Advanced tab that allow for you to enable or disable accelerated graphics, configure accessibility settings, browser settings, HTTP settings, international settings, multimedia settings, and security settings, and reset Internet Explorer to the default settings. And then we have the display settings, and they have a variety of different settings for Windows 7, 8, 8.1, and 10. And here is a wonderful screenshot showing you some of those settings that you can go look at your own leisure on my website, technologyg.com. Let's talk about user accounts. So you can manage user accounts and access to other users in Windows 8, 8.1, and 10 by simply going to the control panel and selecting accounts. Let's talk about folder options real quick. So folder options, this is a special dialog that allows changing settings and preferences for the built-in file manager of Windows 10. You can open folder options in the control panel or open it from the options menu in the Explorer. And the dialog includes 3 tabs. And these tabs are as follows. You have the General tab, that will allow for you to open folders. You have the View tab that will allow for you to display files and folder information. And then you have the Search tab that will allow for you to select folders to index for searching. Let's talk about the system. So the system's property sheet can be used to view the Windows version, what edition that you're using, the processor, model number, and clock speed, and the Windows Experience Index, which is only available in Windows 7. The change settings in the system's property sheet for Windows 10, this brings up another window which will allow for you to make the following changes. So you can go in there and change things such as the computer name, the work group name, the domain name, the system protection settings, also known as the system restore, hardware profiles, remote settings, performance and virtual memory settings. And this is when you borrow hard disk space to be used as virtual memory. But you got to remember that virtual memory, this is oftentimes much slower than regular RAM. The Windows Firewall settings. So Windows Firewall, which is also known as Windows Defender Firewall in Windows 10. This is a firewall security application component of Microsoft Windows. It can block unwanted traffic going into or out of the computer. Now you can access the Windows Firewall by clicking or tapping the Windows Firewall link in the Network and Sharing Center, or you can just search for Windows Firewall and then go ahead and start it. Let's talk about some power options. So power options is a setting in the Windows control panel under the hardware and sound category. It allows the user to adjust their power plan and power settings on their computer. And some of the power options that are available are as follows. You have hibernate, and this essentially pauses the system. And to awaken the system from hibernation, you would just simply press the power button on the computer. You have power plans. So Windows has 3 standard power plans. You have balance. This is the default plan that balances performance with energy consumption. You have high performance. This is the fastest CPU performance, offers the brightest screen and shortest battery life. And then you have the power saver. This reduces CPU performance and screen brightness more than the balance plan and offers the longest battery life. And then you also have the sleep, suspend, and standby. Now, most laptops and desktops can be put into sleep mode by pressing a special key or by pressing the power key and releasing it right away. And then finally, we have some additional control panel utilities that you will need to know to pass the A+ 220-1002 examination. And here is a pretty little chart that I put together that you can go look at on your own leisure on my website at technologyg.com. All right, so now let's go ahead and get into some of this wonderful check on learning, shall we? So the first question is, the Internet's Property Applet tab containing an option for configuring VPN settings is called what? Is it General tab? Is it the Programs tab? Is it the Connections tab? Or is it the Privacy tab? So the Internet Properties Applet tab containing an option for configuring VPN settings is called what? The correct answer is the Connections tab. Next question. Which of the power saving states in Microsoft Windows uses the least amount of power? Is it the standby? Is it sleep? Is it hibernation? Or is it suspend? So which of these uses the least amount of power? The correct answer is hibernation. And the final question is, which control panel applet in Windows can be used to check the operating system version and basic hardware statistics, such as the CPU type and the amount of installed RAM? Is it the resource monitor? Is it the system? Is it computer management? Or is it the system configuration? So which one can be used to check the operating system version and basic hardware statistics, such as the CPU type? The correct answer is system. So in summary, we have talked about Microsoft control panel utilities that you need to know to successfully pass this examination. In this video, I'm going to briefly go over application installation and configuration concepts that you have either already been introduced to in this CompTIA A+ 220-1002 course thus far, or you will be introduced to in further detail as the lessons progress. So let's talk about some system requirements. Now understand that this was discussed in detail in domains 3.0 and 5.0 in the A+ 220-1001 course material. So if you haven't seen my videos on that, I suggest you go visit my playlist. I have about 30 videos up there for the A+ hardware test. go sub to it, go watch it, and get it in your life so you can pass that examination. Now, system requirements. So you want to ensure that the work required by the software has the matching physical hardware to handle the workload. That's the first thing you want to be concerned about. The next thing is you want to ensure that there is more than enough RAM installed to operate the software, in addition to having enough drive space for data as it relates to the operating system, application requirements, and possible future updates and downloads that may require more drive space and RAM. Let's talk about the operating system requirements for compatibility. Now, understand that this will be discussed in more detail in Domain 3 of the A+ 220-1002 lesson plan. Now, as it relates to operating system requirements, you want to make sure that the software version selected will run the operating system. And you also want to make sure that the updates to the operating system will not impact the use of the software. Let's quickly talk about methods of installation and deployment. And this was discussed in detail in Domain 1.0, which we are currently still in as of this video. But as it relates to methods of installation, you want to understand the usage of image files on USB flash drives, external drives, and CDs and DVDs on local installations. And you want to become familiar with the basics of network-based installations. Local user permissions and folder file access for installation, and this will be discussed in the next domain, Domain 2.0 of the A+ 220-1002 course material. Now, you want to become familiar with setting up local user permissions and setting up workstations within a domain, and you will want to become familiar with granting and restricting access to files and folders for various users. And finally, let's talk about security considerations, and this will be discussed in Domain 2, which is the next domain after this one for the A+ 220-1002 examination. So you will want to become familiar with threats and vulnerabilities within a network, and you want to become familiar with how to educate users on practicing basic information security concepts. Now, like I stated, a lot of this stuff we have already talked about, and some of this stuff we will talk about in more detail as the lessons progress. In this video, you are going to learn about Microsoft Windows networking on client and desktop computers. Let's talk about home group versus work group. So Windows 7, 8, 8.1, and 10 support two different types of SOHO networks. You have work groups and home groups. The following sections, we're going to describe how they differ from each other. Work group networking. So in computer networking, a work group is a collection of computers connected on a LAN that share common resources and responsibilities. Work group is Microsoft's term for a peer-to-peer LAN. Computers running Microsoft operating systems in the same work group may share files, printers, or an internet connection. Windows 8, 8.1, and 10 all support work group networks. The computer name section of the system's property sheet is where you can identify work groups. Most computers are already in the default work group as soon as Windows is installed. And here is a lovely screenshot showing you the information that identifies the work group. Let's talk about home group networking. So starting with Windows 7, Microsoft added a new ad hoc home networking system known as Home Group. The system used a password to join computers into the group and allowed users' libraries along with individual files and folders to be shared between multiple computers. Only computers running Windows 7 through Windows 10 version 1709 could create or join a home group. In October 2018, however, Home Group was removed from Windows 10 starting with version 1803. Home groups were allowed to coexist with work groups, but home group networking allowed for easier security and sharing than work groups permitted. And as a side note, regardless of either type of networking, only 10 computers at a time can connect to a work group or home group computer. Let's talk about domain setup. So a network domain is an administrative grouping of multiple private computer networks or hosts within the same infrastructure. Domains can be identified using a domain name. Domain names which need to be accessible from the public internet can be assigned a globally unique name within the domain name system. Some of the features of domain networking are you have shared resources such as files, folders, printers, and devices that are stored on Active Directory servers that are used to grant authentication to said resources. You have users on a domain can utilize any computer within the domain to get access to files and shared resources. You have group policies that can be set up to limit users to certain resources on the domain, in addition to limiting configuration settings for users. And you have different local networks with hundreds to thousands of users that can be a part of a single domain. Let's talk about network share. So in computing, a network share or a shared resource is a computer resource made available from one host to other hosts on a computer network. It is a device or piece of information on a computer that can be remotely accessed from another computer transparently as if it were a resource in the local machine. Network sharing is made possible by inter-process communication over the network. Shares can be provided in three ways. You have client server-based network or on a peer-to-peer network with peer servers that support user group permissions where shares are protected by lists of authorized users or groups. You have workgroup networks that offer unlimited sharing for users who connect to a system if password protected sharing is disabled. And you have home group networks that offer read-only access for shared resources to any home group user. Let's talk about administrative share. So an administrative share is a hidden network share created by Windows NT family of operating systems that can be identified by a $ at the end of the share name that allows system administrators to have remote access to every disk volume on a network connected system. These shares cannot be seen by standard users when browsing to the computer over the network. They are meant for admin use only. These shares may not be permanently deleted, but they may be disabled. Admin shares cannot be accessed by users without admin privileges. All the shared folders that include admin shares can be found by navigating to Computer Management System Tools, Shared Files, and Shares. Let's talk about map drive letters. So drive mapping is how operating systems such as Microsoft Windows associate a local drive letter with a shared storage area to another computer, which is often referred to as a file server over a network. After a drive has been mapped, a software application on a client's computer can read and write files from the shared stored area by accessing that drive, just as if that drive represented a local physical hard disk drive. Let's talk about printer sharing versus network printer mapping. So printers connected to network computers can be shared, or printers can be connected directly to a network with Ethernet or Wi-Fi connections. To perform printer sharing, you would just open the devices and printers or the printers and faxes folder, right-click a printer and select sharing. Select share this printer and specify a share name. Click additional drivers to select additional drivers to install for other operating systems that will be used on the network for that printer. To perform network printer mapping, just open devices and printers in Windows 7, 8, 8.1, and 10 in the control panel. Click Add a Printer. Click Add a Network, Wireless, or Bluetooth. Windows will search for a printer automatically. To bypass this, click the printer I want isn't listed. To find a printer on a domain-based network, choose Find a Printer in the directory based on location or features. To find a printer by name, choose Select a shared printer by name. To find a printer by its URL or IP address, choose Add a Printer using a TCP/IP address or host name, and then click Next. Let's talk about establishing network connections. So to create connections in the network and sharing center, just click Start, Settings, Network and Internet, and the following connection types will be available. You'll have VPNs, dial-ups, wireless, wired, and wireless WAN or cellular. VPN connection. So a virtual private network extends a private network across a public network and enables users to send and receive data across shared or public networks as if their computing devices were directly connected to the private network. To configure a VPN connection, you would just go to the Setup a Connection or Network dialog and then click Connect to a Workplace, then hit Next. You would then click Use My Internet Connection for VPN. In Windows 7, 8, and 8.1, you would enter the IP address and the destination name. Select options such as use a smart card and remember my credentials if desired, and then click Next. To make a connection later, you would click Don't Connect Now, then click Next, and then close. Dial-up connection. So dial-up internet access is a form of internet access to establish a connection to an ISP by dialing a telephone number on a conventional telephone line. Dial-up connections use modems to decode audio signals into data to send to a router or computer and to encode signals from the latter to devices to send to another modem. Windows can create two types of dial-up connections on systems with analog modems. You have dial-up networking that connects to an ISP, and then you have direct dial-in connections to a corporate computer. Now, configuring a dial-up connection to an ISP, in the Setup a Connection or Network dialog, you would click Connect to the Internet, then hit Next, then click Dial-up, hit Next. Enter the ISP's dial-up phone number, username, and password. Check the Remember This Password box. If the user doesn't want to enter the password again, name the connection and then click Connect. To configure direct dial-in connections to corporate computers, you will go to the Setup a Connection or Network dialog, click Connect to a Workplace, then hit Next, click Dial Directly, then hit Next. Enter the remote computer's dial-up phone number and destination name. To connect now, you would click Next. To set up the connection for later, you would check Don't Connect. Then you would enter the username and password, enter the domain, check the Remember This Password box if you don't want to enter the password again, and then you would hit the Connect button. Wireless connections. So wireless connections can be established by clicking on the SSID from the taskbar or settings menu. Go ahead and use these steps. In the Setup and Connection or Network dialog, just click Connect to a wireless network, then hit Next. Enter the username, select the security type, and enter the security key. To start the connection automatically, just check Start this connection automatically, then hit Next, and then hit Close. Wired connection. So if setting up a point-to-point protocol over Ethernet, use a wired connection. Go to the Setup a Connection or Network dialog, click Connect to the Internet, then hit Next. Click Broadband, then hit Next. Enter the username and password, enter the domain, check Remember This Password box so you don't have to input the password again, and then hit Connect. Wireless wide area network connection. So a wireless wide area network is a form of a wireless network. A wireless wide area network often differs from wireless LANs by using mobile telecommunications cellular network technologies such as 2G, 3G, 4G, and 5G to transfer data. A wireless wide area network connection shows up in the list of network connections after a SIM card is installed and activated by a mobile provider. To use this type of connection, select it from the list of network connections displayed when selecting the network icon in the taskbar or settings. Let's talk about proxy settings. So in computer networking, a proxy server is a server application or appliance that acts as an intermediary for requests for clients seeking resources from servers that provide those resources. To configure manual proxy settings for a LAN connection in Windows, go to the Internet Properties dialog from the Control panel, open the Connections tab, click the LAN Settings. In the LAN Settings windows, you want to choose the appropriate option under Proxy Server. If a single proxy server address and port number is used for all types of traffic, you're going to click Use a Proxy Server checkbox and enter the address and port number provided by the network admin. If different proxy servers or ports will be used, you will click Use a Proxy Server checkbox and then click Advanced, then specify the correct server and port numbers to use, and then click OK. remote desktop connection and remote assistant. So remote desktop services is one of the components of Microsoft Windows that allow a user to take control of a remote computer or virtual machine over a network connection. To enable remote desktop or remote assistance, just open the remote tab of the system's properties sheet, click advanced to specify how long an invitation remains valid and whether to accept connections only from Windows or newer versions. Talk about home versus work versus public network settings. So in Windows, network connections are the settings pertaining to home, work, public, and private. Depending upon what network location is selected, it can affect how Windows Firewall configures protections and networking features available to a particular PC. Firewall settings, you were just going to select system and security from the control panel to bring up the firewall settings in Windows 10 and then start clicking buttons until your heart's content. Configuring an alternative IP address in Windows. So an alternative IP address enables a system to stay on the network if the DHCP server fails or if the system is sometimes on a different network than normal. To change the settings, just follow these steps. Open the Network and Sharing Center, click Change Adapter Settings, click the connection to change, click Change Settings of this connection, Internet Protocol version 4, Properties, and then Alternate Configuration. And then this little screenshot down here is where you can put in all types of wonderful numbers to make your computer come to life. Let's talk about network card properties. So if you have to change the settings of a wired network adapter or a network card or a NIC, despite most NICs working well with the default settings, do the following. Go to Network and Sharing Center, click Change Adapter Settings, click Wired Connection, and then click Change Settings of this connection and hit the Configure button. Now, some of the available network card properties are as follows. You have half duplex, full duplex, and auto. These settings determine how a network card communicates with the rest of the network. Half duplex sends and receives data in separate operations. Full duplex enables the adapter to send and receive data at the same time, which doubles the network speed, and auto settings allow the adapter to determine the best setting. Then you have speed. Ethernet adapters can run at more than one speed, but the speed available is limited by the slowest network hardware. You have this thing called Wake on LAN. This enables a computer connected to a wired network to be awakened from sleep mode via a special signal delivered over the network. You have QoS, quality of service. This enables a computer connected to a wired network to optimize real-time streaming traffic. And then you have BIOS or onboard NIC. This can be used to boot a computer if it is configured as a bootable device in the BIOS or UEFI firmware setup. All right, now let's go ahead and get into some of this wonderful check on learning, shall we? So the first question is, which control panel applet in Windows provides access to the computer name, domain, and work group settings? Is it the credential manager? Is it the system? Is it user accounts? Or is it the admin tool? So which one of these provides access to that information? The correct answer is the system is where you can find all of that wonderful information. Next question. Which of the following characters indicates that a Windows network share is intended for administrative access? Is it the pound symbol or the hashtag symbol? Is it the $? Is it the question mark? Or is it the ampersand or the and symbol? The correct answer is the $. And the final question is, which of the following takes advantage of cell towers that provide wireless signal coverage for mobile devices? Is it WPAN, WWAN, satellite, or WLAN? So which of the following takes advantage of cell phone towers? The correct answer is WWAN or wireless WAN. All right, so in summary, we have talked about Microsoft Windows networking on client and desktop computers. In this video, you are going to learn about Mac operating systems and Linux features and tools for client desktop operating systems. First thing we got to talk about real quick are some best practices. So the best practices necessary to maintain any computer system are as follows. You need to have scheduled backups. You need to have scheduled disk maintenance, system updates from its respective app stores, patch management, driver firmware updates, and antivirus malware updates. So a backup or a data backup is a copy of computer data taken and stored elsewhere so that it may be used to restore the original after a system failure, accident, or some type of data loss event. Backups can be used to protect contacts, email, media files, and documents. Then we have this thing called Time Machine, and this is the default backup software application distributed as part of the Mac OS. The software is designed to work with external storage devices and most commonly used with external disk drives. A few backup utilities for Linux include the following. You have the command line tar, the rsync utilities, amongst others that are available from various Linux distribution repositories. Also, scheduled backups should be run at times when the system is idle, preferably overnight or on the weekends. Next, we have scheduled disk maintenance. So routine issues that involve disk maintenance are scheduled and fixed automatically with Mac operating systems. And Linux systems, the cron or the cron, however you pronounce it, the cron utility can set up and run various automated tasks to include disk maintenance. The cron tab utility displays cron scripts by the system or by a user. Next, we have system updates and the App Store. So command line system update tools available for Linux that allow for app installation, Linux updates, and maintaining a list of apps, also known as packages for the operating system, include DNF, which can be found on Red Hat or Fedora versions of Linux. And then you have the app-get command, and that is for Debian and Ubuntu versions of Linux. In the Mac operating system, the App Store section of System Preferences provides a variety of options for system updates. And here is a wonderful screenshot showing you what the App Store update window looks like. Let's talk about patch management. So a patch is a set of changes to a computer program or its supporting data designed to update, fix, or improve it. This includes fixing security vulnerabilities and other bugs, with such patches usually being called bug fixes. Patches are often written to improve the functionality, usability, or performance of a program. Patch management within organizations with a small number of Linux systems can utilize manual system updates with the yum command and the app-get command. And we got driver firmware updates. So for Mac, the App Store delivers driver and firmware updates automatically. For most Linux distributions, the app-get command can be used to manually retrieve driver updates. Got antivirus and anti-malware updates. So despite Windows operating systems being the most vulnerable computers in the world, subject to virus and malware attacks, Mac and Linux are also capable of being targeted as well. Most well-known antivirus, anti-malware software made for Windows usually includes a version for Linux and Mac. Antivirus and anti-malware apps for Linux and Mac should be updated at least daily. All right, let's talk about some tools. So application for system maintenance for Linux and Mac includes some of the following. You have backups, and for Mac, that is the Time Machine. You have restore and snapshots. You have image backup recoveries, disk maintenance utilities, shell and terminals, screen sharing, and the force quit option for Mac. So restore and snapshot. So to restore a file from Time Machine in Mac, you would just open the Finder and select Time Machine from the dock. You would scroll through the backups to locate the file and then click Restore. When using Mac laptops, backups and snapshots are stored on the laptop system drive and on the Time Machine and external drive. To restore a file from a Linux backup, you need to see the documentation for the backup app that is being utilized. Let's talk about image recovery. So image recovery options for Mac are as follows. Images can be restored by using the edit, then hitting restore after creating an image with a disk utility. Disk utilities can also be used to reinstall Mac. If the restore system is available from the startup drive, the latest edition of Mac is reinstalled. If the recovery system has been deleted, you must use the Internet Recovery, and Internet Recovery installs the same edition of Mac originally installed on your system. You can then update it to the latest edition if you choose. And to recover an image with a Linux backup utility, once again, you need to see the utilities documentation for details about how to do that. Let's talk about disk maintenance utility. So First Aid is Mac's disk utility app for repairing issues with drives such as file systems, partitions, and a variety of other issues. A few Linux terminal mode disk maintenance commands are as follows. You got df-h that lists files and the free space that is in a computer. You got the directory path/file name that removes the contents of the specified file without removing the file itself. You got the ls-lsr tail-5 command, and that command will go out and find the 5 largest files in the current directory. We got shell/terminal. So both Mac and Linux use a shell or a terminal app for command line environments. Both operating systems use the terminal utility to run commands, scripts, and programs without a GUI or a graphical user interface. You got screen sharing, and this is included in Mac, which allows for local users on a network or remote users utilizing virtual network computing to control the screen for training or troubleshooting and the sharing of other types of resources, which can be configured through the sharing section of the system preferences. Linux is also capable of supporting screen sharing. You just search for VNC for remote within your Linux distribution. In Mac, you would use the force quit feature to shut down an application. To open the force quit application from the keyboard, just press Command Option and Escape. To start force quit from the menu bar, select the Apple menu icon in your upper left and select force quit. Starting the force quit from an app in the dock, you would just right click the app and hold it to bring up the menu with quit as an option and then select force quit. Let's talk about some features. So Linux and Mac, they share many of the same commands, but there are features that are available for Mac that are not available for Linux, and we'll discuss some of those in the following sections. The first one is multiple desktops, also known as mission control. So mission control is a feature of the Mac operating system. Mission control offers a bird's eye view of all of your open windows, desktop spaces, and any apps in full screen or split view, making it easy to switch between them. It is very helpful when working with multiple displays. Next, we have Spotlight, and this is a system-wide desktop search feature in Mac and iOS operating systems. Spotlight is a selection-based search system, which creates an index of all items and files on the system. It is designed to allow the user to quickly locate a wide variety of items on the computer, including documents, pictures, music applications, and system preferences. In addition, specific words in documents and in web pages in a web browser's history or bookmarks can be searched. It also allows the user to narrow down searches with creation dates, modification dates, sizes, types, and other attributes. With Siri suggestions, you can get the latest news, sports scores, weather conditions, etc. Spotlight can even perform calculations and conversions for you. And you can open Spotlight by pressing Command Spacebar and type in keywords to search the entire system. Next, we have iCloud, and this is a cloud storage and cloud computing service for Apple that was launched on October 12th, 2011. iCloud enables users to store data such as documents, photos, and music on remote servers for download to iOS, Mac, or Windows devices, to share and send data to other users, and to manage their Apple devices if they are lost or stolen. iCloud also provides the means to wirelessly back up iOS devices directly to iCloud, instead of being reliant on manual backups to a host Mac or Windows computer using iTunes. iCloud also also comes with 5 gigabytes of free storage, and you can add more storage anytime you feel like it. Next, we have Keychain, and this is the password management system in Mac developed by Apple. It was introduced with Mac OS 8.6 and has been included in all subsequent versions of the operating system, which is now known as Mac OS. A keychain can contain various types of data, such as passwords for websites, passwords for FTP servers, SSH accounts, network shares, wireless network information across Apple devices, groupware apps, encrypted disk images, credit card information, private keys, certificates, and secure notes. Next, we have our gestures. So with the multi-touch trackpad or the magic mouse, Mac allows users to tap, swipe, pinch, or spread one or more fingers to perform useful actions. The trackpad and magic mouse options can be located in the system preferences. Next, we have the Finder, and this is the default file manager and GUI shell used on all Mac systems. It is responsible for launching other applications and for the overall management of files, disk, and network volumes. Then we have the Remote Disk, and this is a way for Macs without optical drives to access another computer's optical drive over a network. But recent Mac computers, they do not have optical drives anymore. And then we have the dock, and this is a prominent feature of the GUI, and it is used to launch applications and to switch between running applications. And then we have the Boot Camp Assistant, and this is a multi-boot utility included with Mac that assists users in installing Microsoft Windows operating systems on Intel-based Macintosh computers. The utility guides users through non-destructive disk partitioning of their HDDs or SSDs and installation of Windows device drivers for Apple hardware. The utility also installs a Windows control panel applet for selecting the default boot operating system. All right, and then finally, let's talk about some basic Linux commands. Now, to use these commands, you're going to have to open up a terminal session, and some of the commands you will have to run as the root user. And to run these commands as the root, you're going to have to log in as root and use the sudo command. Now, I'm not going to sit here and read all of these commands to you. You can pause the video, or you can go straight to my website where this video will be posted, and you will see a pretty chart that I have put together explaining what these commands are and what they do. All right, so do that because I'm not about to read this stuff to you. All right, so let's do some of this wonderful check on learning. So the first question is, which of the following is a Mac operating system disk maintenance tool? Is it defrag? Is it disk cleanup? Is it disk management? Or is it disk utility? So which of the following is a Mac disk maintenance tool? The correct answer is disk utility. All right, next question. Which of the following system utilities provides access to different command line shells in Mac? Is it command.exe? Is it PowerShell? Is it command.com? Or is it terminal? So which of the following system utilities provides access to different command line shells in Mac? The correct answer is the terminal. And the final question. A Linux command displaying an absolute path to the current working directory is called what? Move or MV, PWD, RM or remove, or dir. So a Linux command displaying an absolute path to the current working directory is called what? You're probably not going to get it if you don't know it already because I didn't talk about it in the video, but the correct answer is PWD, and that stands for Print Working Directory. All right. So once again, go visit my website to look at all of those wonderful Linux commands that you're going to have to get into your life, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. All right. So in summary, we've talked about Mac and Linux features and tools for client desktop operating systems. In this video, you're going to learn about physical security measures to help protect information systems and data. Let's talk about physical security. So physical security describes security measures that are designed to deny unauthorized access to facilities, equipment, and resources, and to protect personnel and property from damage or harm. Physical security involves the use of multiple layers of interdependent systems that can include CCTV surveillance, security guards, protective barriers, locks, access control, perimeter intrusion, detection, deterrent systems, fire protection, and other systems designed to protect persons and property. Physical security of IT equipment is a fundamental factor in securing a network. Let's talk about a man trap. So a man trap is a physical security access control system comprising of a small space with two sets of interlocking doors, such that the first set of doors must close before the second set opens. In a manual man trap, a guard locks and unlocks each door in sequence. An intercom and or video camera are often used to allow the guard to control the trap from a remote location. In an automatic man trap, identification may be required for each door, sometimes even possibly different measures for each door. So for example, a key may open the first door, but a personal identification number entered on a number pad opens the second door. Other methods of opening doors include proximity cards or biometric devices such as fingerprint readers. Overall, man traps basically slow down a person's entry process to prevent unauthorized entry into an area. Let's talk about a badge reader. So a badge reader is a device designed to read information encoded into a small plastic card. It is often part of a data collection system in which each operator can be identified by the badge they present to the machine. It can also be used to control access to areas associated with electrically operated doors and locks. And when built into keyboards and other parts of information systems, it can control access to information. The badge is usually of plastic or paper laminated between plastic and may contain a photograph and other information in addition to what is encoded. The encoding takes many forms, some of which are proprietary and complex to achieve greater security. Smart card. So a smart card is a physical electronic authorization device used to control access to resources. It is typically a plastic credit card sized card with an embedded integrated circuit chip. Many smart cards include a pattern of metal contacts to electrically connect to an internal chip. Others are contactless, also known as proximity cards, and some are both. Smart cards can provide personal ID, authentication, data storage, and application processing. Smart cards may provide strong security authentication for single sign-on within organizations. And to further enhance security, smart card security systems can also use multi-factoring authentication by requiring the user to input a PIN or security password, as well as provide the smart card at secure checkpoints. Let's talk about a security guard, and this is a person employed by a government or private party to protect the employing party's assets, which can include things like property, people, equipment, money, etc., from a variety of hazards such as waste, damaged property, unsafe worker behavior, criminal activity, etc. And they do this by enforcing preventative measures. Security guards do this by maintaining a high visibility presence to deter illegal and inappropriate actions, looking for signs of crime or other hazards, then taking action to minimize any type of damage and reporting any incidents to their clients and emergency services as appropriate. Next, we have door locks. So a lock is a mechanical or electronic fastening device that is released by a physical object such as a key card, fingerprint, RFID card, security token, etc. And they do this by supplying secret information or by a combination thereof, or only being able to be opened from one side. Although this seems obvious, surprisingly, it is common for people to get unauthorized access to areas by just simply wandering in. The easiest way to secure an area is to simply just lock the doors, and some organizations, they go above to provide written policies that explain how, when, and where to lock the doors. Aside from main entrances, you want to always lock server rooms, wiring closets, labs, and any other technical rooms when they are not in use. Other precautions to take include documenting who has keys to the server room and wiring closets, and periodically changing out the locks and the keys. Biometric locks or smart locks are devices that allow for you to unlock doors with the combination of a person's biological information, such as a fingerprint, a retina or eye scan, facial or voice recognition, and also by supplying a PIN. Next, we have tokens. So a security token is a peripheral device used to gain access to an electronically restricted resource. The token is used in addition to or in place of a password. It acts like an electronic key to access something. Examples are smart cards, RFID cards, USB tokens, and key fobs. Laptop and cable lock. So most laptops, in addition to mobile devices such as projectors and docking stations, feature security locks. The slot is normally located near the rear corner on a laptop. This slot is used with the laptop cable lock. These locks work just as bicycle chain locks work. You find a large immovable object such as your desk and wrap the metal cable around it. Insert the lock into your laptop's lock slot and your computer becomes virtually theft-proof. Laptop locks, they do come as either combination locks or they can come as keyed locks. Server locks. So server locks involve locking down equipment in a server rack by way of cabinets or cages with secure biometric locks or key cards that can be changed often. Some rack cabinets are very sophisticated with alarms that indicate access and improperly closed doors. Next, we have USB locks, and USB locks are used to secure USB cables into a computer and to securely plug empty USB ports. Privacy screens. A privacy screen, sometimes called a privacy filter, is a thin piece of plastic that is placed over your monitor or display panel in order to prevent wandering eyes from absorbing confidential information. Privacy screens reduce the field of vision to about 30 degrees so that only the person directly in front of the screen can see the content. Many privacy screens also provide anti-glare capabilities to help reduce eye strain. Key fobs. A key fob, which is also known as a hardware token, is an electronic lock that controls access to a building or vehicle without using a traditional mechanical key. They can contain RFID chips and may be used as part of a two-step authentication protocol that works as follows. The key fob generates a code every 30 to 60 seconds. Every time the code changes on the fob, it is also matched in an authentication server. The user logs into the system or restricted area using the generated access code displayed on the key fob's LCD display. The authentication server matches the current code and then grants access. And then finally, we have the entry control roster. An entry control roster is a list of personnel who have been granted access based on verified and authenticated credentials, such as PINs and other things of that nature, to where they can be allowed to enter a secured area. Along with being granted access, logs are typically maintained to track who has entered and exited a secure area at all times. All right, so now let's go ahead and get into some of this wonderful check on learning, shall we? So the first question is, a type of contactless smart card that can be read at close range from a reader device is commonly referred to as what? Is it a micro SD card? Is it a common access card, also known as a CAT card? Is it a proximity card? Or is it a personal identity verification card? So a contactless smart card that can be read at close range is called what? The correct answer is a proximity card. Next question. Which of the following provides a physical security measure against laptop theft? Is it a cable lock? Is it a trusted platform module? Is it geo-tracking? Or is it LoJack for laptops? So which one of these can help prevent the theft of a laptop? The correct answer is a cable lock. All right. And the final question is, which is an example of a hardware token? Is it a key fob, a cable lock, a passphrase, or a biometric reader? So which is an example of a hardware token? The correct answer is a key fob. All right. So in summary, we have talked about physical security measures to help protect information systems and data. In this video, you will learn about logical security concepts pertaining to safeguarding and protecting information systems and data. Let's talk about Active Directory. So Active Directory is a directory service developed by Microsoft for Windows domain networks. It is included in most Windows Server operating systems as a set of processes and services. Initially, Active Directory was only in charge of centralized domain management, but later it became an umbrella title for a broad range of directory-based identity-related services that can determine what people can see and do within a domain network. And the basics of Active Directory are as follows. You have this thing called login script. And this is a series of instructions that a workstation follows every time a user logs onto a network. And some of these instructions are virus updates, drive mapping, and printer assignments. Next, you have the domain. And this is a logical grouping of computers. The computers in a domain can share physical proximity on a small LAN, or they can be located in different parts of the world. Then you have group policy. This is a feature that controls the working environment of user and computer accounts. Group policy object, or GPO, provides centralized management and configuration of operating systems, applications, and user settings in an Active Directory environment. Next, you have what is called an organizational unit, or an OU. An OU provides a way of classifying objects located in directories or names in digital certificate hierarchies, typically used either to differentiate between objects with the same name or to parcel out authority to create and manage objects. An example could be the HR department may be assigned to an OU with certain privileges, and the IT department may be assigned to a different OU with a different set of privileges. Next, we have what is called the home folder, and this is also known as the home directory. And this is a user's private folder for storing personal files locally, but they can be accessed by a network admin as well. And then we have the folder redirection. So when computing, specifically in the context of Microsoft Windows operating systems, Microsoft refers to folder redirection when automatically rerouting input and output to and from standard folders or directories to use storage elsewhere on a network. It allows for the work done by an OU to be saved on a common folder in the domain as directed by the administrator instead of the user. Next, we have what is called a software token, and a software token is a piece of a two-factor authentication security device that may be used to authorize the use of computer services. Software tokens are stored on a general purpose electronic device, such as a desktop, laptop, PDA, or mobile phone, and can be duplicated. Because software tokens are something one does not physically possess, unlike a hardware token, they are exposed to unique threats based on duplication of the underlying cryptographic material, such as computer viruses and software attacks. An example of a software token is the Google Authenticator app that is downloaded to a device, which provides a shared secret key, which must be utilized in conjunction with the username and password to gain access to a system. Next, we have MDM policy, so mobile device management. This is an industry term for the administration of mobile devices such as smartphones, tablet computers, and laptops. MDM is usually implemented with the use of a third-party product that has management features for particular vendors of mobile devices. These products push updates and allow an administrator to configure many mobile devices from a central location. Next, we have port security. So port security helps secure the network by preventing unknown devices from forwarding TCP or UDP packets, and turning off unused ports on devices such as firewalls or switches will make it harder for hackers to gain access to a machine. Now, as you can see in the diagram here, we have what is represented as a switch, and this is a router, and these are obviously two computers right here. You got these two computers hanging off of this switch. So just imagine that there are other ports on here that are not being used in port security. We will go ahead and disable the remaining ports on here so that nobody could come up and plug another Cat5 cable into the switch or try to get access to the switch by way of that port by some other means. So that would be an example of port security. Next, we have MAC address filtering. So media access control filtering refers to a security access control method whereby the MAC address assigned to each network card is used to determine access to the network. MAC addresses are uniquely assigned to each card. So using MAC filtering on a network permits and denies network access to specific devices through the use of blacklists and whitelists. While MAC filtering does give a network some additional protection, it can be circumvented by using a packet analyzer to find a valid MAC address and then using MAC spoofing software to access the network using the MAC address because MAC addresses are not encrypted. If a network adapter is already installed, you could just simply type in the command ipconfig/all on a Windows device, and that command prompt will display the MAC address. Certificates. So a digital certificate is a unique digitally signed document which authoritatively identifies the identity of an individual or organization. Using public key cryptography, its authenticity can be verified to ensure that the software or website you are using is legitimate. On the internet, a certificate is signed by a trusted CA or a certificate authority and verified by the authority's public key. The decrypted certificate contains a verified public key of the certificate folder, which identifies the website operator with which encrypted HTTPS communications can be established. When trying to install an app from an unknown website, most operating systems will present a warning message informing you that the site does not have a verified digital certificate and then to proceed with caution, or the operating system may just block the installation of the app altogether. In Windows 10, the certificate manager keeps track and checks certificates. To access the certificate manager in Windows 10, just click the start button, type certmgr.msc in the search field, and then press enter. Let's talk about antivirus and anti-malware. So antivirus, anti-malware is a computer program used to prevent, detect, and remove malware. Antivirus software was originally developed to detect and remove computer viruses, hence the name. However, with the proliferation of other kinds of malware, antivirus software started to provide protection from other computer threats. In particular, modern antivirus software can protect users from ransomware, keyloggers, rootkits, Trojan horses, worms, adware, spyware, browser hijackers, etc. And some of the leading antivirus, anti-malware software vendors are companies like McAfee, Norton, and Trend. And then you have Trend Micro, which provides protections for mobile operating systems such as iOS. Let's talk about a firewall real quick. So a firewall is a network security system that monitors and controls incoming and outgoing traffic based on predetermined security rules. A firewall typically establishes a barrier between a trusted internal network and an untrusted external network, such as the internet. Firewalls can be either software or hardware. Firewalls are frequently incorporated into wireless routers, Microsoft Windows and Mac operating systems, and software firewalls are also known as host firewalls. User authentication and strong passwords. So user authentication is a process that allows a device to verify the identity of someone who connects to a network resource. Authenticating users means making sure those who are logging in are truly who they say they are. One way to prove a user is who they say they are is to require the implementation of strong passwords to make access to a system more secure. The characteristics of strong passwords are as follows. You want to have a password that's at least 8 characters long, a variety of uppercase and lowercase letters, numbers, and symbols, and do not include real names or words in your password. Multi-factor authentication. This is an electronic authentication method in which a computer user is granted access to a website or application only after successfully presenting 2 or more pieces of evidence, also known as factors, to an authentication mechanism such as knowledge. This means this is something only the user knows, such as the username and password, or possession. This is something that only the user has, which means you have your smart card, or inherence. This is something only the user is, like your fingerprints, which are unique in the entire world. Also, multi-factor authentication protects the user from an unknown person trying to access their data, such as personal ID details or financial assets. Directory permissions. So most file systems have methods to assign permissions or access rights to specific users and groups of users. These permissions control the ability of the users to view, change, navigate, and execute the contents of the file system. In some cases, menu options or functions may be available or hidden depending on a user's permission level. This kind of user interface is referred to as permission driven. In Windows, the directory term is referred to as file and folder permissions. In Windows, file and folder permissions on the security tab of the file folder property sheet includes the following. It will display full control, modify, read and execute, list folder contents where this only applies to folders, then read and write. In Linux and Mac, directory permissions are as follows. You have the read permission. This opens files but makes no changes. You have the write permission. This is the ability to read and change files. And then you have the execute permission. This runs executable files or opens directories. In Linux, the chmod or the chmod command is used to change directory permissions. The get info menu, sharing and permission submenu in the Mac operating system that is used to change directory permissions. A virtual private network extends a private network across a public network and enables users to send and receive data across shared or public networks as if their computing device were directly connected to the private network. A VPN connection requires a VPN server at the remote site and a VPN client at the client site. VPN traffic between client and server is encrypted and encapsulated into packets suitable for transmission over the network. VPN connections are often referred to as tunnels, and the process of setting up a VPN is known as tunneling. Data loss prevention software detects potential data breaches and data exfiltration transmissions from things such as email, instant messages, etc., and prevents them by monitoring, detecting, and blocking sensitive data while in use, which is known as endpoint actions. It monitors and detects and blocks while it's in motion. That's known as network traffic, and it does the same thing with the data at rest, and this is known as data storage. Access control lists. This is a list of permissions associated with system resources. An access control list specifies which user or system processes are granted access to objects, as well as what operations are allowed on given objects. You got the smart card, and this is a physical electronic authorization device used to control access to a resource. It is typically a plastic credit card sized card with an embedded integrated circuit chip. Many smart cards contain a pattern of metal contacts to electrically connect to the internal chip. Others are contactless, known as proximity cards, and some are both. Smart cards can provide personal identification, authentication, data storage, and application processing. Smart cards may provide strong security authentication for single sign-on within organizations. To further enhance security, smart card security systems can also be multi-factor, requiring the user to input a PIN or security password, as well as provide the smart card at secured checkpoints. Next, we have email filtering, and this is the processing of email to organize it to specific criteria. The term can apply to the intervention of human intelligence, but most often refers to the automatic processing of messages at an SMTP server, possibly applying anti-spam techniques and the blocking of potentially dangerous messages. Filtering can be applied to incoming emails as well as outgoing emails. Email filtering can be performed at the point of entry to a network or by enabling spam and threat detection features built into email clients or security software. Trusted and untrusted software sources. So trusted software sources are software providers that have been vetted and approved by an operating system and awarded digital certificates to prove their authenticity. Untrusted software sources are the complete opposite, and the installation of the untrusted software could possibly be blocked by certain operating systems. And then finally, we have the principle of least privilege. So the principle of least privilege requires that in a particular abstraction layer of a computing environment, every module, such as a process, a user, or a program, depending on the subject, must be able to access only the information and resources that are necessary for a legit purpose. So in layman's terms, the principle means giving a user account or process only those privileges which are essential to perform its intended job or function. So for example, a user account for the sole purpose of creating backups does not need to install software. Hence, it has rights only to run backups and backup related applications. Any other privileges, such as installing software, are blocked. All right, so now let's go ahead and get into some of this outstanding check on learning, shall we? So the first question is, a type of hierarchical database structure used in Windows Server environments that enables centralized management of devices and resources on the network is known as what? Is it a home group? Is it Active Directory? Is it work group? Or is it Windows domain? So which is a hierarchical database structure used in Windows Server environments to enable centralized management of devices and resources? The correct answer is Active Directory. Next question. Which of the following is an example of a soft token? Is it a USB token, an authenticator app, a smart card, or a key fob? So which is an example of a soft token? The correct answer is an authenticator app like Google Authenticator app. And the final question. Which type of software enables a centralized administration of mobile devices? Is it MFA, MMC, MDM, or MFD? So which one of these controls mobile devices? The correct answer is MDM, or mobile device management. All right. So in summary, we have talked about logical security concepts to help protect information systems and data. In this video, you are going to learn about wireless security protocols such as WEP, WPA, WPA2, WPA3. You're also going to learn about authentication methods such as single factor, multi-factor authentication, radius, and TACACS. Let's talk about some protocols and encryption. So the standards for wireless encryption are as follows. The first one you have is called WEP, or Wired Equivalent Privacy. And this is a security algorithm for the IEEE 802.11 wireless network. Its intention was to provide data confidentiality comparable to that of a traditional wired network. WEP, which is recognizable by its key of 10 or 26 hexadecimal characters, was at one time widely in use and was often the first security choice presented to users by router configuration tools. However, WEP encryption has aged and is no longer strong enough to resist attacks from hackers due to its short encryption keys and some of the transmissions for the handshaking process being unencrypted. Next, we have WPA, or Wi-Fi Protected Access, and this was designed to replace WEP. And there are three types of WPA encryption. The first one you have is WPA, and this uses TKIP, or Temporal Key Integrity Protocol encryption, which provides better encryption than WEP. Then you have WPA2. This uses AES, or Advanced Encryption Standard, which uses a 128-bit block and supports variable key lengths of 128, 192, and 256 bits. It allows up to 63 alphanumeric characters, including punctuation and special characters, or 64-bit hexadecimal characters. And it supports the use of radius authentication servers. And then you have WPA3. This uses 128-bit encryption, or a 192-bit encryption for enterprise versions, and this is not currently a part of the A+ 221002 exam. And we have TKIP, or Temporal Key Integrity Protocol, and this is a security protocol used with the IEEE 802.11 wireless networking standard. TKIP was designed as an interim solution to replace WEP without requiring replacement of legacy software. This was necessary because the breaking of WEP had left Wi-Fi networks without viable link layer security, and a solution was required for already deployed hardware. However, TKIP itself is no longer considered secure and was deprecated in the 2012 revision of the 802.11 standard. And then we got the Advanced Encryption Standard. So AES is a specification for the encryption of electronic data established by the U.S. National Institute of Standards and Technology in 2001 and is considered more secure than TKIP. AES is based on a design principle known as substitution permutation network and is efficient in both software and hardware. Let's talk about authentication. So authentication is the act of proving an assertion, such as the identity of a computer system user. In contrast with identification, the act of indicating a person or thing's identity, authentication is the process of verifying that identity. And there are 4 types of authentication methods used for wired and wireless networks, and they are: the first one you have is called single factor authentication. So the traditional user authentication process for accessing computer resources is single factor authentication. With single factor authentication, only one category of credentials is specified. And basically that means a user just has to provide a username and a password and they are good to go. Next, we have multi-factor authentication, and this is an electronic authentication method in which a computer user is granted access to a website or application only after successfully presenting 2 or more pieces of evidence or factors for an authentication mechanism. And those factors are things such as knowledge. This means this is something only the user knows, such as a username or password. Then you have possession. This is something only the user has, such as a token. And then you have inherent. This is something only the user is, which is your fingerprint or retina scan or something that is only unique to your individual body. Let's talk about radius. So this stands for Remote Authentication Dial-In User Service. And this is a network protocol operating on ports 1812 and 1813 that provides centralized authentication, authorization, and accounting known as the AAA. And this is for management of users who connect and use a network service. Users who want to access a network or an online service can connect to a radius server and provide a username and password to attempt to gain access. The server would then authenticate or decline the access to the network or the service. And then finally, we have TAC-ACS, and this stands for Terminal Access Controller Access Control System. And this refers to a family of related protocols handling protocols, remote authentication, and related services for network access control through a centralized server. The original TAC-ACS protocol, which dates back to 1984, was used for communicating with an authentication server, which was common in older Unix networks. A user already authenticated via TAC-ACS into the network was automatically logged into other resources in the system as well. TAC-ACS in its original form is not very secure and has been updated and replaced by TAC-ACS Plus, which is a proprietary form by Cisco Systems. And now let's do some of this outstanding check on learning, shall we? So the first question is, which of the following wireless security protocols has been discouraged in favor of newer standards due to known vulnerabilities resulting from implementation flaws? Is it EAP, AES, WPA2, or WEP? So which of these wireless security protocols has been discouraged in favor of newer standards due to known vulnerabilities? The correct answer is WEP, or Wired Equivalent Privacy. Next question. A security protocol designed to strengthen WEP implementations is known as what? Is it PEAP or PEEP, TKIP, CCMP, or WPA2? So which one is a security protocol designed to strengthen WEP implementations? The correct answer is TKIP, or Temporal Key Integrity Protocol. And the final question is, AES-based encryption mode is a characteristic feature of what? Is it WEP, WPA2, PAP, or WPA? So AES, based encryption, is a characteristic of what? The correct answer is WPA2, or Wi-Fi protected access 2. All right. So in summary, we have talked about some wireless security protocols and some authentication methods. In this video, you will learn about various types of malware and various tools and methods to remove and prevent malware. So let's talk about malware. So malware, which stands for malicious software, is any software or code intentionally designed to cause damage to a computer, server, client, or to gain unauthorized access to a computer network. A wide variety of malware types exist, such as you have ransomware, and this is a type of malware that threatens to publish a victim's data or perpetually encrypt access to it unless a ransom is paid to decrypt it within a specified amount of time. This is also known as cryptoviral extortion, and the most famous ransomware attack was the WannaCry virus in 2017, which spread all over the world, impacting mostly Windows machines that had not been updated with security patches. Next, we have a Trojan, and a Trojan horse is any type of malware which misleads users of its true intent. Trojans are generally spread by some form of social engineering, such as executing an email attachment disguised to not appear suspicious, or by clicking on fake advertisements on social media or anywhere else. Trojan payloads can be anything, but modern forms act as a backdoor to contact a controller, which can then have unauthorized access to the affected computer. Next, we have keylogger. So keystroke logging is the action of recording the keys struck on a keyboard, typically covertly, so that a person using the keyboard is unaware that their actions are being monitored. Data can be retrieved by the person operating the logging program. Keylogger viruses can be delivered by way of a Trojan, phishing, or fake email attachment. Applying multi-factor authentication is one way to prevent a software keylogger attack, and keyloggers can be either software or hardware. Next, we have a rootkit. So a collection of computer hacking software designed to enable access to a computer or an area of its software that is not otherwise allowed, and often mask its existence or the existence of other software. This is known as a rootkit, and some rootkits can perform key logging, while other rootkits just simply take over the entire computer. Ridding a computer of a rootkit usually involves wiping the drive and reinstalling the operating system of the computer. Then we have a virus, so a type of program when executed that replicates itself by modifying other computer programs and inserting its own code is known as a virus. If the replication succeeds, the affected areas are then said to be infected with a computer virus. Computer viruses generally require a host program. The virus writes its own code into the host program. When the program runs, the written virus program is executed first, causing infection and damage. Most virus attacks are spread with human assistance when users carelessly open attachments in their email. With the installation of antivirus from a reputable vendor, most computer virus attacks can be prevented. Next, we have a botnet. So a botnet is a number of internet connected devices, each of which is running one or more bots. Bots can be used to perform DDoS attacks, steal data, send spam, and allow the attacker to access the device and its connection. The owner can control the botnet using command and control software. Keeping a computer's antivirus updated can help prevent a botnet attack. Then we have a worm. So a computer worm is a standalone malware computer program that replicates itself in order to spread to other computers. It often uses a computer network to spread itself, relying on security failures on the target computer to access it. It will use this machine as a host to scan and infect other computers. When these new worm invaded computers are controlled, the worm will continue to scan and infect other computers using the computers as hosts, and this behavior will will continue. Phishing and other human errors are not required for worms to thrive. And then we have spyware. So this describes software with malicious behavior that aims to gather information about a person or organization and send such information to another entity in a way that harms the user. So for example, by violating their privacy or endangering their device's security. This behavior may be present in malware as well as in legitimate software. Multiple unwanted pop-up windows when surfing the internet may be an indicator of spyware on your system. So let's talk about some tools and methods. So the following are some of the tools and methods that are used to thwart malware, viruses, and hacking attacks. So the first one is antivirus, anti-malware. So antivirus, anti-malware is a computer program used to prevent, detect, and remove malware. Antivirus software was originally developed to detect and remove computer viruses, hence the name. However, with the proliferation of other kinds of malware, antivirus software started to provide protection from other computer threats. Antivirus, anti-malware can offer protections for users and systems such as the following. It can block infections in real time. You can run periodic scans for known and suspected threats. You can run automatic system updates. You can automatically renew antivirus subscriptions to get access to updated threat signatures. It offers links to virus and threat encyclopedias. It provides system file inoculation. You can establish permission-based access to the internet, and you can scan, send, and receive emails as well as downloaded files. We have the recovery console. So the recovery console is a feature that provides the means for administration to perform a limited range of tasks using a command line interface. Its primary function is to enable administrators to recover from situations where Windows does not boot as far as presenting its graphical user interface. If resetting the PC is not sufficient, you can boot from a recovery disk to remove some infected files and restore your original files. To access the recovery console in Windows 10, just go to Settings, Update and Security, and Recovery. You got backup and restore. So infected computers can be troubleshooted from the recovery drive as well. This is a drive that is created and put aside in case it is needed. The recovery drive allows users to boot into safe mode without installing all applications and services. Once there, the user can remove infected files and reboot the computer to normal condition. And to access the Windows 10 backup options, you would just go to Settings, Update and Security, and Backup. Next, we have end user education. So an acceptable use policy, or an AUP, is a set of rules applied by the owner, creator, or administrator of a network, website, or service that restrict the ways in which the network, website, or system may be used and sets guidelines as to how it should be used. AUP documents are written for corporations, businesses, universities, schools, ISPs, and website owners, often to reduce the potential for legal action that may be taken by a user, and often with little prospect of enforcement. A few ways to bring about end user education to increase computer network security are as follows. You can teach people to not click on random links just because there is a link to click. You can use two-factor or multi-factor authentication. You need to be aware of phishing scams. You need to monitor your accounts to be on the lookout for suspicious activities. You need to keep your computer systems updated with the latest software patches. You want to only connect to secure networks. You want to secure your mobile devices. You need to be aware of social engineering practices, and you need to back up your data. Software firewall. So a software firewall is installed on individual computers on a network. Unlike hardware firewalls, software firewalls can easily distinguish between programs on a computer. This lets them allow data to one program while blocking another. Software firewalls can also filter outgoing data as well as remote responses to outgoing requests. Windows 10 has incorporated Windows Defender Firewall into the the operating system, which prevents most common types of malicious traffic into a computer. And the user can customize Windows Defender firewall settings as needed. And then we have DNS configuration. So the domain name system is a hierarchical and decentralized naming system for computers, services, or other resources connected to the internet or a private network. It associates various information with domain names assigned to each of the participating entities. Most prominently, it translates more readily memorized domain names into numerical IP addresses to locate web pages and websites. Domain name server functions are included in SOHO routers, and in larger networks, a separate domain name server can be used. Hackers can use DNS records to create false DNS information that can redirect victims to fake websites to get them to download malware and or viruses. So vendors, they offer third-party software that can provide DNS security to secure a system's DNS. All right, let's do some of this outstanding check on learning, shall we? So the first question is, harmful programs used to disrupt computer operation, gather sensitive information, or gain unauthorized access to computer systems are commonly referred to as what? Is it adware, malware, ransomware, or spyware? So harmful programs used to disrupt computer operations, get sensitive info, or gain unauthorized access, they are called what? The correct answer is, this is malware or malicious software. Next question. A collection of software tools used by a hacker to mask intrusion and obtain administrative level access to a computer or computer network is known as what? Is it a rootkit? Is it spyware? Is it a backdoor? Or is it a Trojan? So a collection of software used by a hacker to mask intrusion and obtain admin level access to a computer. This is called a rootkit. Next question. Which of the following enables troubleshooting a malware infected system that doesn't boot up? Is it anti-malware application? Is it recovery console? Is it antivirus software? Or is it backup restore options? So which enables troubleshooting a malware infected system that doesn't boot up? The correct answer is the recovery console. All right. So in summary, we have talked about various types of malware and the various tools and methods to remove and prevent malware. In this video, you are going to learn about social engineering, DDoS, DOS, zero-day attacks, man-in-the-middle attacks, brute force, dictionary attacks, rainbow tables, spoofing, non-compliant systems, and zombie attacks. Let's talk about social engineering. So in the context of information security, social engineering is the psychological manipulation of people into performing actions or divulging confidential information. This differs from social engineering within the social sciences, which does not concern the divulging of confidential information. And 6 common social engineering techniques that you need to know to pass the CompTIA A+ 220-1002 exam are: you need to know phishing, spear phishing, impersonation, shoulder surfing, tailgating, and dumpster diving. Let's talk about phishing. So phishing is the fraudulent attempt to obtain sensitive information or data such as usernames, passwords, and credit card details or other sensitive details by impersonating oneself as a trustworthy entity in a digital communication. Phishing often directs users to enter personal information at a fake website which matches the look and feel of a legitimate website. And next we have spear phishing. So phishing attempts directed at specific individuals or companies are known as spear phishing. In contrast to bulk phishing, spear phishing attackers often gather and use personal information about their target to increase their probability of success of the attack. Next, we have impersonation. So, a form of fraud in which attackers pose as a known or trusted person to dupe an employee into transferring money to a fraudulent account, or the sharing of sensitive information such as intellectual property, financial data, or payroll information, or revealing login credentials that attackers can use to hack into a company's computer network. That is impersonation. Impersonation can happen on the phone, through email, or in person. And common sense and strict policies on how to communicate sensitive information can help prevent impersonation attacks. Next, we have shoulder surfing. So this is a type of social engineering technique used to obtain information such as personal identification numbers, passwords, and other confidential data by looking over the victim's shoulder, either from the keystrokes on a device or from sensitive information being spoken and heard. And that is also known as eavesdropping. Then we also have tailgating, and this is also referred to as piggybacking. And this is a physical security breach in which an unauthorized person follows an authorized individual into a secure area. This is usually done without the authorized person's consent. And sometimes the authorized person is tricked into believing the unauthorized person is authorized. Now, man traps, they are designed to prevent tailgating. And then we have dumpster diving. So this is a technique used to retrieve information that could be used to carry out an attack on a computer network. Dumpster diving is not limited to searching through the trash for obvious treasures like access codes or passwords written down on sticky notes. Seemingly innocent information like a phone list, calendar, or organizational chart can be used to assist an attacker using social engineering techniques to gain access to the network. To limit the prospects of dumpster diving, you should use paper shredders or use the services of a shredding company to keep the available data limited. Let's talk about DDoS, or a distributed denial of service. And this is a malicious attempt to disrupt the normal traffic of a targeted server, service, or network by overwhelming the target or its surrounding infrastructure with a flood of internet traffic. DDoS attacks achieve effectiveness by utilizing multiple compromised computer systems as sources of attack traffic. The traffic is so overwhelming that the site is unreachable by normal traffic and is effectively shut down. Exploited machines can include computers and other trusted network resources such as IoT devices. Let's talk about a DOS, or a denial of service. And this is a cyber attack which a malicious actor aims to render a computer or other device unavailable to its intended users by interrupting the device's normal functioning. DOS attacks typically function by overwhelming or flooding a targeted machine with requests until normal traffic is unable to be processed, resulting in a denial of service to additional users. A DOS attack is characterized by using a single computer to launch the attack. Next, we have a zero-day attack. So a zero-day vulnerability is a computer software vulnerability that is unknown to those who should be interested in mitigating the vulnerability, including the vendor of the target software. Until the vulnerability is mitigated, hackers can exploit it to adversely affect computer programs, data, additional computers, or a network. Next, we have a man-in-the-middle attack. So in cryptography and computer security, a man-in-the-middle attack is a cyber attack where the attacker secretly relays and possibly alters captured communications between two parties who believe that they are directly communicating with each other. We got brute force. So in cryptography, a brute force attack consists of an attacker submitting many passwords or passphrases with the hope of eventually guessing a combination correctly. The attacker systematically checks all possible passwords and passphrases until the correct one is found. System and network administrators setting up password rules that require a system to lock after a specified number of incorrect passwords or input is one way to prevent a brute force attack, and longer passwords can aid in the fight against brute force attacks as well. Next, we have a dictionary attack. So in computer security, a dictionary attack is a form of a brute force attack technique for defeating a cipher or authentication mechanism by trying to determine its decryption key or passphrase by trying thousands or millions of likely possibilities, such as words in a dictionary or previously used passwords, often from lists obtained from past security breaches. Dictionary attacks can be prevented by locking systems after a specified number of incorrect passwords are offered and by requiring sophisticated passwords that do not include identifiable information such as birthdays, family names, etc. Next, we have a rainbow table. So a rainbow table is a hash function used in cryptography for storing important data, such as passwords in a database. A rainbow table attack, which is similar to a brute force attack, except it is more mathematically sophisticated and it takes less time. This is a type of hacking wherein the perpetrator tries to use a rainbow hash table to crack the password stored in the database. Then we have this thing called spoofing. So spoofing is a situation in which a person or program successfully identifies as a trustworthy source by falsifying data to gain an illegitimate advantage. Phishing, spear phishing, and rogue antivirus programs are three examples of spoofing. Then we have non-compliant systems. So non-compliant systems are computer systems on a network that do not have the most up-to-date security patches installed and are therefore very vulnerable to attacks. So an example would be a user attempting to use their personal laptop to log into their company's network without first having their personal laptop updated with the most up-to-date security patches to comply with the company's network standards. And then we have what is called a zombie. So in computing, a zombie is a computer connected to the internet that has been compromised by a hacker, computer virus, computer worm, or Trojan horse program that can be used to perform malicious tasks of one sort or another under remote direction. Botnets of zombie computers are often used to spread email spam and launch DOS attacks. Most owners of zombie computers are unaware that their system is being used in this manner because the owner tends to be unaware. These computers are metaphorically compared to fictional zombies. And now let's do some of this wonderful check on learning, shall we? So the first question is: an unauthorized practice of obtaining confidential information by manipulating people into disclosing sensitive data is referred to as what? Is it shoulder surfing? Is it privilege escalation, social engineering, or penetration testing? So unauthorized actions to obtain confidential info is known as what? This is called social engineering. Next question. A social engineering technique whereby attackers, under disguise of a legitimate request, attempt to gain access to confidential information they shouldn't have access to is commonly referred to as what? Is it? Is it phishing? Is it privilege escalation? Is it backdoor access? Or is it shoulder surfing? So a social engineering technique whereby attackers, under disguise of a legit request, attempt to gain access to confidential info they shouldn't have. This is called phishing. And the final question is: which social engineering attack relies on identity theft? Is it tailgating, dumpster diving, impersonation, or watering hole attack? So which one of these relies on identity theft? The correct answer is impersonation. All right. So in summary, we have talked about social engineering, DDoS and DOS attacks, 0 days, man-in-the-middle brute force, dictionary attacks, rainbow table attacks, spoofing, non-compliant systems, and zombie attacks. In this video, you're going to learn about Microsoft Windows operating system security settings such as users and groups, NTFS versus share permissions, shared files and folders, system files and folders, user authentication, BitLocker, BitLocker to go, and EFS or encrypted file systems. Let's talk about users and groups. So there are 4 standard account levels in Windows. The first one is the administrator. The admin accounts, these are special accounts that are used for making changes to system settings or managing other people's accounts. They have full access to every setting on the computer. Next, you have the power user, and power users can run legacy applications in Windows 2000 or Windows XP Professional Certified applications. Power users do not have permissions to add themselves to the admin group, nor do they have access to the data of other users on an NTFS volume. In Windows 10, the power users group has been discontinued, but it is available to assign for backwards compatibility. Next, you have the standard user. So standard accounts are the basic accounts for normal everyday tasks. A standard user can do just about anything except perform tasks that involve system-wide changes, such as installing hardware or software, unless they can provide an administrator password. And then finally, you have the guest account. So the guest account lets other people use your computer without being able to change PC settings, install applications, or access private files. The guest account is disabled by default, and guest accounts are just really used for visitors. Let's talk about NTFS versus share permissions. So NTFS are a new technology file system. This is the standard file system for Microsoft Windows NT and later operating systems. NTFS permissions are used to manage access to data stored in NTFS file systems. The main advantages of NTFS share permissions are that they affect both local users and network users, and they are based on the permissions granted to an individual user at the Windows login, regardless of where the user is connecting from. And we have share permissions. So share permissions, they manage access to folders shared over a network. They don't apply to users who log on locally. Share permissions apply to all files and folders in the share. You cannot granularly control access control to subfolders or objects on a share. You can specify the number of users who are allowed to access the shared folder. Share permissions can be used with NTFS, FAT, and FAT32 file systems. Next, we have allow versus deny. So both NTFS and share permissions each have 2 settings, which is allow or deny. If a user wants access to an object, such as a folder, to where they can perform certain tasks, the user has to be added to a list granting access to the folder, and then the admin would have to select allow for the appropriate permission. In some instances, an admin must issue an explicit denial if the user is part of a larger group that already has access to a parent folder, but needs to be kept out of a particular subfolder. Moving and copying folders and files. So depending on the permissions, moving and copying files and folders can produce different results. So for example, copying a file or a folder to a different volume, the file or folder will inherit the permissions of the parent folder it was copied to. When the file or folder is moved to a different location on the same volume, the file or folder will retain its original permissions. File attributes. So these are a type of metadata that describe and may modify how files and or directories in a file system behave. Typical file attributes may indicate or specify whether a file is visible, modifiable, compressed, or encrypted. To view file attributes in Windows, just right-click the File Explorer or the Windows Explorer, and then select Properties. To view the file attributes from Windows command line, just use the ATTRIB command. Shared files and folders. So shared files and folders assign permissions via the security tab of the objects properties sheet. And these permissions include the following. You have full control. This is where users can add, modify, move, and delete files and directories, as well as their associated properties. In addition, users can change permission settings for all files and subdirectories. You have modify. This is where users can view and modify files and the file properties, including adding files to or deleting files from a directory or file properties to or from a file. You have read and execute. This is where users can run an executable file, including scripts. You have list folder contents. You can display folder contents. Read, users can view files, file properties, and directories. And then write, this is where users can write to a file and add files to directories. Next, we have administrator shares versus local shares. So admin shares are hidden network shares that allow system admins to have remote access to every disk volume on a network connected system. To connect to the admin share, a user must provide a username and password for an account on that system. Local shares are normally configured on a folder or library basis in Windows. So for example, the admin share for the C drive on a system called mark-pc, it will be written as \\mark-pc $C$. Permission inheritance and propagation. So permission propagation and inheritance describe how files and folders receive permission. So permission inheritance is when any permissions that are set in the parent folder will be inherited by any subfolder of the parent. And to view an example of this, you can just select the folder within an NTFS volume, right click it and select properties, security, and advanced. Subfolders that are not inherited permissions from the current folder, propagating permission changes can be applied. You would just select replace all child object permissions with inheritable permissions from this object. System files and folders. So these are files with the system attributes. To make these files and folders visible in Windows 10, just open the File Explorer and select View, then uncheck the boxes that are hidden that need to be viewed. User authentication. So authentication is the process of proving you are who you say you are. Windows includes a variety of authentication protocols that can be used on the corporate network, including some of the ones you see on your screen right there. Apple, Microsoft, Google, they use single sign-on to enable a single login that provides access to multiple servers. Then we have BitLocker. So BitLocker, this is a full volume encryption feature included with Microsoft Windows versions, starting with Microsoft Vista. It is designed to protect data by providing encryption for entire volumes. And by default, it uses the AES encryption algorithm in cipher block chaining with 128-bit or 256-bit key. There are some requirements for this, and they include the following. You're going to need a trusted platform module chip or a TPM chip. And this is a chip residing on the motherboard that actually stores the encrypted keys, or you're going to need an external USB key to store the encrypted keys. And you're going to need a hard drive with 2 volumes, preferably created during the installation of Windows. 1 volume is for the operating system that will be encrypted, and the other is for the active volume, and it will remain unencrypted so that the computer can boot. And then we have BitLocker to go. So in Windows 7 and later versions, BitLocker functionality was extended to removable drives and external USB drives, including flash drives with BitLocker to go. To enable BitLocker on Windows 10, just go to the control panel, hit Systems and Security, and then the BitLocker drive encryption. For external drives, just right click the drive to encrypt and select Enable BitLocker. And let's talk about the encrypting file system. So the EFS on Microsoft Windows is a feature introduced in version 3.0 of NTFS that provides file system level encryption. EFS can be used to protect sensitive data files and temporary files, and can be applied to individual files or folders. EFS files can be opened only by the user who encrypted them, or by an administrator, or by an EFS key holder. The technology enables files to be transparently encrypted to protect confidential data from attackers with physical access to the computer. Files encrypted with EFS are listed with green file names when viewed in Windows Explorer or the File Explorer. And to encrypt the file in Windows 10, you would just right-click the File Explorer and select Properties, Advanced, Encrypt Contents to secure data. OK, apply, OK, and OK. To decrypt the file, you would just follow these same procedures, but you would clear the encrypt contents to secure data. All right, so let's get into some of this outstanding check on learning, shall we? So the first question is, which of the following refers to a built-in Microsoft Windows account with complete and unrestricted system access? Is it root? Is it power user? Is it the administrator? Or is it the supervisor? So which one of these gives you complete and unrestricted system access? The correct answer is the admin account. Next question. An authentication subsystem that enables a user to access multiple connected systems components, such as separate hosts on a network after a single login on only one of the components, is known as what? Is this NAC, SSO, AAA, or MFA? So which one of these will allow for you to get access to all types of goodies with just one login? The correct answer is SSO, or single sign-on. All right, and final question. What is the name of a Microsoft Windows feature that allows for encrypting entire drives? Is it File Vault, Drive Crypt, BitLocker, or TrueCrypt? So Microsoft Windows feature that allows for the entire encryption of a drive. The correct answer is BitLocker. All right. So in summary, we've talked about users and groups, NTFS versus share permissions, shared files and folders, system files and folders, user authentication, BitLocker, BitLocker to go, and EFS. In this video, you are going to learn about password best practices, account management, disabling auto run, data encryption, and patch and update management. All right, so let's talk about password best practices. So passwords are the key to almost everything we do online, and we will all probably have multiple passwords that we use throughout the day. Unfortunately, not all passwords are equally secure, and some are very easy to break. Choosing hard to hack passwords and managing them securely can sometimes seem inconvenient, and as an administrator, it is important to enforce a strong password policy that requires users to adhere to strict guidelines to gain access to the network. So let's talk about setting strong passwords. So password strength is a measure of the effectiveness of a password against guessing or brute force attacks. The strength of a password is a function of length, complexity, and unpredictability. Guidelines for creating a strong password should include requirements that outline a minimum length and a mixture of alphanumeric symbols and characters. The use of a password generator that can aid in the creation of a strong password. Password expiration. So there is currently a debate surrounding as to whether or not implementing a password expiration policy is a dying concept. And I personally believe that it is a dying concept because I hate changing passwords. But for the time being, as it directly relates to the CompTIA A+ 220-1002 exam, a password best practice is the implementation of a password expiration. A password expiration policy which forces a user to change their password after a specified amount of time minimizes an unauthorized user from gaining access to the password by way of social engineering, brute force, or some other type of attack. Let's talk about a screensaver password. So to minimize unauthorized users from gaining access to a computer that is currently in use, the authorized user of the computer should be required to put their computer screensaver on. That would require a user to enter the correct password to unlock the screensaver to gain access to the computer. And to set up a screensaver password in Windows 10, just simply go to the settings and the personalization area. In Mac, go to desktop and screensaver, and then go to security and privacy. Let's talk about a BIOS UEFI password. So BIOS UEFI passwords, they prevent unauthorized users from booting a computer, booting from removable devices, and changing BIOS UEFI settings without permission. Now note that the BIOS UEFI password can be bypassed by resetting the CMOS on the motherboard by using a jumper block or pushing a button to reset the CMOS. If the jumper block or push button is not present, you can simply remove the CMOS battery for a few minutes, and that too will reset the CMOS. Requiring passwords. So overall, a password policy, this is a set of rules designed to enhance computer security by encouraging users to employ strong passwords and to use them properly. A password policy is often part of an organization's official regulations and may be taught as part of security awareness training. Either the password policy is merely advisory or the computer system forces users to comply with it. Admins can enforce a password policy through the local security policy and group policy in Windows. And password policies, they can require users to do the following. They can require them to change the passwords periodically, inform users prior to a password that is on the verge of expiring, enforce minimum password lengths, enforce the use of alphanumeric and special characters, prevent the reuse of old passwords by keeping track of the past passwords, and enforce a password lockout after a specified number of unsuccessful logins. Now, to create or adjust password settings in Windows 10, you can just go to your settings, accounts, and the sign in options. To change or enforce the password policies in the group policy management console, you would simply go to your computer configuration, Windows settings, security settings, account policies, and then select the password policy. Let's talk about account management. So account management, this helps to minimize unauthorized access to workstation settings and the network. And the following management settings, they will detail how to enhance account management security. So the first one is restricting user permissions. So restricting user permissions can help minimize damage or prevent system-wide changes to a workstation and to the network. The group policy or local security policy outlines additional restrictions that can be implemented to restrict user permissions. Let's talk about log-on time restrictions. So log-on time restrictions can be set by a system administrator to prevent users' accounts from being used during certain times of the day, such as after business hours or before the start of the business day. Disabling guest accounts. So you want to disable guest accounts in Windows to help avoid potential security risks. If a visitor needs to access the internet, you need to go ahead and set up a guest wireless network that does not connect to the business network if possible. Now, if this is your own personal internet at your house, do what you want to do. Failed attempts lockout. So the account lockout threshold policy setting, this determines the number of failed sign-in attempts that will cause a user's account to be blocked. A locked account cannot be used until you reset it or until the number of minutes specified by the account lockout duration policy setting expires. We have the timeout screen lock. So you want to use an automatic screen locking to help safeguard a system if a user forgets to lock the system manually. And to enable automatic screen locking in Windows 10, just go to settings, personalization, then click lock screen. You can manually lock a Windows computer by simply pressing the Windows key in L or by pressing Control Alt Delete and then selecting lock computer. And Mac, you can select Control Shift eject or Control Shift power if an eject key is not present on the keyboard. Changing default usernames and passwords. So it is important to change default admin account usernames and passwords for Soho routers and other devices as soon as possible. Default usernames and passwords for these devices are readily available in the device's documentation, and this stuff can be found online. Let's talk about basic Active Directory functions. So the Windows Server environment is where basic Active Directory functions take place. Now keep in mind, Active Directory is beyond the scope scope of the CompTIA A Plus 221002 exam. But if a support technician has access to Active Directory, basic user account functions can be accessed in the MMC or the Microsoft Management Console or in the Active Directory Users and Computers folder. Now let's talk about creating, deleting, resetting, unlocking, and disabling an account. So to create an account in Active Directory, you would simply just select Action, New, and then select User. And some of the tasks that can be performed after a new account is created, you could just simply right-click the user's name and you will be able to do some account deletion, which will essentially remove a user from Active Directory. You can do a password reset or unlock, and this will reset a password or unlock a locked out account. And you can disable an account, and this will basically deactivate a user while keeping the user's account and records in Active Directory. Let's talk about disabling auto run. So auto run, this is a component of Microsoft Windows that dictate what actions the system takes when a CD, USB drive, or flash card is connected to a computer. Disabling auto run will prevent CDs, DVDs, or USB drives from automatically starting, which will prevent any possible malware from infecting the system before you can scan the media. And to disable auto run in Windows through the local group policy, you would just click start and then the search field, type gpedit.msc, go to the computer configurations, admin templates, Windows components, autoplay policies, turn off autoplay, then click enabled and OK. Mac, it does not support auto run, but you can select apps to run at the startup. You would just hit the Apple menu at the top left of your MacBook, system preferences, users and groups, and then go to login items. All right, let's talk about data encryption. So to encrypt folders or drives, just simply use these steps. You want to right click the folder or drive and then select properties, advanced, encrypt contents to secure the data, and then click the OK button. And finally, let's talk about patch and update management. So patch and update management is the process of managing a network of computers by regularly performing patch and update deployments to keep computers up to date. In Windows, the Microsoft Windows Server Update Service is used for operating system application patches and updates of Microsoft products. In Mac, the Server Software Update Service provides the same functionality for computers controlled in the Mac server environment. And Linux distributions, they use various programs to manage their updates. All right, so let's do some of this wonderful check on learning, shall we? So the first question is, a strong password that meets the password complexity requirement should contain what? Is it uppercase letters, digits, non-alphanumeric characters if permitted, or a combo of characters from at least 2 character groups? So a strong password that meets the password complexity requirement should contain what? The correct answer is a combination of characters from at least 2 character groups. So uppercase, lowercase, numbers, and special characters will make a strong password. Next question. Which of the following account management security measures narrows down a user's computer access to specified hours? Is it principle of least privilege, guest account, failed login attempts lockout, or login time restrictions? So which one of these will narrow down a user's computer's access to specified hours? Correct answer is login time restrictions. And the final question is, which of the following password policy settings determine the number of unique new passwords that must be associated with the user account before an old password can be reused? Is it password history setting, maximum password age setting, account lockout threshold setting, or minimum password age setting? So which of these will determine the number of unique new passwords that must be associated with the user account before you can use an old password? The correct answer is the password history setting. All right. So in summary, we've talked about password best practices, account management, disabling auto run, data encryption, and patch and update management. In this video, you're going to learn about screen locks, remote wipes, locator applications, remote backup applications, failed login attempt restrictions, antivirus, anti-malware, patching, operating system updates, biometric authentication, full device encryption, multi-factor authentication, authenticator applications, trusted versus untrusted sources, firewalls, and policies and procedures. Let's talk about screen lock. So in general, a screen lock is an interface on a computer, smartphone, or tablet that appears upon startup. Access to all the device's applications are limited when it is locked, preventing unauthorized users from accessing the device's data. When a password is entered or the device is unlocked with biometrics, the home screen, desktop, or app launcher is displayed and usable. A screen lock can be a pattern that is drawn on the display, a PIN or a passcode lock, or a password. Typically, the strongest form of a screen lock is a very strong password. Some devices like smartphones include finger locks, where a user's fingerprint is matched against the list of authorized user fingerprints, and face locks, where a user's face is matched against a list of authorized user faces. Remote wipes. So a remote wipe refers to a system where an administrator has the ability to remotely delete data on a hardware device or system. During a remote wipe, the deletion is triggered from a remote system endpoint. Many types of remote wipes can be set up in different ways. The remote wipe can target company-specific information or erase all information on a device or system. In many cases, the remote wipe is designed to provide quick and effective solutions to security breaches or other crises. Locator applications. So locator applications like Find My iPhone for iOS and Android Device Manager for Android can help a user find a lost device. As long as the power is on and the geolocation is working, these apps can be operated from other phones with a similar app to help find the location of the lost device. Remote backup applications. So a remote online or managed backup service, sometimes marketed as cloud backup or backup as a service, is a service that provides users with a system for the backup, storage, and recovery of computer files. With a mobile device, there are two ways to back them up: by way of a USB connection to a desktop or laptop computer, or to the cloud with a remote backup application. Apple has a free cloud backup service called iCloud that offers up to 5 gigabytes of free storage space, with more space available by subscription. iTunes, which can be used for USB-based backup, enables the entire device to be backed up to a hard drive at no additional cost. Google Cloud offers Android users a free backup for email, contacts, and other information. With Android, to back up photos, music, and other content, it has to be backed up manually via USB or file sync to the cloud using services such as Dropbox. For iOS and Android, other third-party cloud-based application services are also supported, such as iDrive and Carbonite. Failed login attempt restrictions. This prevents unauthorized users from gaining access to a mobile device. If the unauthorized user enters the incorrect PIN or passcode after a certain number of attempts, the device could either temporarily lock for a specified amount of time before allowing the user to enter another PIN or passcode, or the device could perform a remote wipe of the hard drive after multiple failed login attempts. Antivirus and anti-malware. So antivirus, anti-malware software is a computer program that is used to prevent, detect, and remove malware on computers and mobile devices. Some antivirus, anti-malware third-party applications for Android include McAfee Virus Scan Mobile, AVG, Lookout, and NetQuin. Due to the closed nature of the iOS environment, it is somewhat more difficult to write viruses for iOS devices. However, Apple does allow the installation of previously unavailable applications and software originally not authorized by Apple, so the installation of third-party antivirus, anti-malware mobile applications is now possible. Patching and operating system updates. So just like for desktop and laptop computers, mobile devices need their applications and operating systems to be patched and updated as well. To manually update these devices, just follow the following steps. Android, you would just go to Settings, General, About Device, and then Software Update, or Settings, About Device, Software Update, and check for updates. With iOS, hit the Settings button, go to General, and then hit Software Update. Biometric authentication. This is a form of identification and access control. Android and iOS use biometric authentication by way of built-in fingerprint readers or facial recognition software to gain access to these mobile devices. Microsoft also has a product called Microsoft Windows Hello, which is a biometric authentication mechanism similar to that of Apple's Face ID. Full drive encryption. So full disk encryption is a technology that protects information by converting it into unreadable code that cannot be deciphered easily by unauthorized people. Full device encryption encrypts information on a device and prevents access to that device unless a user knows the PIN or passcode to access the device. Android and iOS devices automatically apply full device encryption the moment the authorized user of the device locks the device. Multi-factor authentication. This is an electronic authentication method in which a device user is granted access to a website or application only after successfully presenting two or more pieces of evidence to an authentication mechanism. Examples of multi-factor authentication would be using a username and password to sign into a website. Then the website would require you to enter a 6-digit code sent to your phone by way of a text message asking you to verify you are the actual authorized user of that account that is associated with that website. Authenticator applications. So authenticator apps, they generate a one-time code that you use to confirm that it is you logging into a website or service. The Google Authenticator app is the most popular authenticator app out there. It supports options to add or remove trusted computers and devices and works with the security key USB device. Other authenticator apps that you could use are LastPass Authenticator, Microsoft Authenticator, and Authy, A-U-T-H-Y. Then we have trusted sources versus untrusted sources. So trusted sources are simply links to trustworthy websites and applications. Google Play for Android, the Apple Store for iOS, and Microsoft Store for Windows 10 Mobile are trusted sources for downloading and installing apps on mobile devices. Downloading and installing apps outside of these stores are considered untrusted sources. And to do that, that often requires you to jailbreak the device, which removes the security measures that are built into the device. Firewalls. These are network security systems that monitor and control incoming and outgoing network traffic based on predetermined security rules. Android and iOS do not include firewalls for their devices by default, although there are third-party apps that can install firewalls on Android devices to provide protection against unwanted internet traffic. And let's talk about some policies and procedures. So nowadays, more and more companies are allowing for their workers to utilize their personally owned mobile devices on corporate networks. To allow for these devices to access the network, companies are implementing policies and procedures to prevent these devices from causing potential security threats to the network. And the first one we got to talk about is BYOD versus corporate-owned devices. So BYOD, so this refers to allowing an individual to use their personally owned device on the corporate network rather than being required to use an official provided device. And the benefits of a BYOD policy are as follows. It saves the organization money and the employee can go out there and purchase their own device. Employees will more than likely use their own device more often, and it can increase productivity. Some of the potential disadvantages include the costs that are associated with the management and security of the BYOD device on the network. And also, some employees may simply not want to use their own personal device on the corporate network for official business. And then we have profile security requirements. So regardless of if the organization allows for the use of BYOD, corporate-owned devices, or a mixture, the company has to establish security requirements to allow for the productivity to take place while minimizing potential security risks. Setting up device security profile requirements include items such as the following: allowing only approved operating system versions on devices, implementing password and lock screen policies, requiring device encryption, support issues, and policies set up for when an employee leaves the organization as it directly relates to the information and data on the employee's device. All right, let's do some of this wonderful check on learning real quick. So the first question is, which of the following erases data on a lost or stolen mobile device? Is it remote lock, degaussing, low-level formatting, or remote wipe? So which one erases data on a lost or stolen device? The correct answer is a remote wipe. Next question. A mobile device's built-in functionality enabling the usage of locator applications is known as what? Is it WPS, GSM, IMEI, or GPS? So a mobile device's built-in functionality that enables the usage of a locator app is known as what? The correct answer is the GPS. You need that thing to be on and working if you want to use a application such as Find My iPhone to locate your lost device. Next question. Which of the following examples meet the requirement of multi-factor authentication on a mobile device? Is it fingerprint scan and password, password and PIN, face scan and fingerprint scan, or pin and swipe lock pattern? So which of the following examples meet the requirements of multi-factor authentication on a mobile device? The correct answer is fingerprint scan and password. Why? Because you need at least two pieces of evidence. The first piece here, fingerprint scan, that is something that you are. Your fingerprints are unique to you, and the password is something that you know. All right? So in summary, we have talked about all of this wonderful stuff on your screen right here. In this video, you're going to learn about data destruction and disposal, such as physical destruction and recycling or repurposing best practices. Let's talk about physical destruction. So physical destruction is the process of rendering a device completely unusable and unrecoverable. Physical destruction can involve shredding hard drives, smartphones, printers, laptops, and other storage media into tiny pieces by large mechanical shredders. And methods to physically destroy mass storage devices include the following. First method is shredders. So hard drive shredding is one of the most effective ways to destroy a hard drive. It involves running the drive through a heavy-duty shredder made for destroying hard drives, which cuts the drive into tiny bits. Since hard drives store data on a platter, cutting it into smaller pieces renders the drive and any data on it useless. Next, we have the drill and or hammer. So putting holes in a hard drive destroys its platter and ensures that nobody can use the data on it. It is also one of the best ways to go about the hard drive destruction process because there is no need for the use of any complex machines. Then we have electromagnetic or degaussing. So this involves using a powerful device known as an electromagnetic degausser or permanent magnet degausser, which is used to scramble the hard drive platter so it cannot be read by anyone. Although the drive is still physically intact, all of the data and the control track data are missing. This method is preferred if you want to keep a hard drive simply for display purposes. And then we have incineration. So melting or burning hard drives involves dipping them into acid to destroy their platters and housing. This is one of the most effective ways to destroy a hard drive, but it is also one of the most dangerous ways due to the processes involving the use of hydrochloric and nitric acids, which are very dangerous to the environment and your skin. Now, if you choose to send your hard drives off to a recycling company to handle data destruction, you need to ensure that you get a certificate of destruction. A certificate of destruction is an important document that includes all the pertinent details regarding your shredding service. Following every paper shredding or media destruction service, you will receive a certificate of destruction confirming that your materials has been securely destroyed. Beyond simply providing a peace of mind, the certificate of destruction is proof that the information stored on the media is no longer at risk and that your business is compliant with relevant privacy laws. Let's talk about recycling or repurposing best practices. So other methods for making data unrecoverable on mass storage devices include the following. The first one is low-level formats versus standard formats. So a standard format, also known as a quick format, this is the process of preparing a data storage device such as a hard disk drive, SSD, floppy disk, or a USB flash drive for initial use. This type of format clears only the root folder, while the remainder of the data on the disk can be recovered until it is overwritten. Long formats rewrite the entire disk surface, and low-level formats, these are used to initiate a hard drive and prepare it for data by creating the actual sectors and tracks on the drive, as well as the control structures needed to read and write data on the drive. Low-level formats are performed by drive manufacturers before the drives are shipped out. Next, we have overwrite. So data erasure is a software-based method of overwriting the data that aims to completely destroy all electronic data residing on a hard disk drive or other digital media by using zeros and ones to overwrite data onto all sectors of the device. By overwriting the data on the storage device, the data is rendered unrecoverable and achieves data sanitization. And then we have a drive wipe. So to be sure that data on the storage device is unrecoverable, the drive must be overwritten with a program that can meet or exceed industry data destruction standards, such as the U.S. Department of Defense, which requires storage devices to be wiped a minimum of 7 times. These disk wiping programs destroy all data and partition information to make the data unrecoverable by way of data recovery programs or forensic analysis. If you plan on giving your storage device away for whatever reason, drive wiping is the preferred method for ensuring that all data has been thoroughly scrubbed from the device. All right, let's do some of this outstanding check on learning, shall we? So the first question is, which of the following methods provide the most effective way for permanent removal of data stored on a magnetic drive? Is it standard format, overwriting data, degaussing, or low-level format? So which of these methods provide the most effective way for permanent removal of data stored on a magnetic drive? The correct answer is degaussing is the most effective method. And the next question, which of the following terms is used to describe initial hard drive formatting typically performed at the factory by the drive manufacturer? Is it low-level format, quick format, standard format, or high-level format? So which one of these is performed at the factory by the manufacturer? The correct answer is a low-level format. And the final question is, examples of hard drive destruction and disposal tools and methods include what? Is it a shredder, a drill, incineration, or all of the above? So examples of hard drive destruction, disposal tools, and methods include what? The correct answer is all of the above. All right. So in summary, we've talked about physical destruction and recycling or repurposing best practices. In this video, you're going to learn about security on SOHO, wireless, and wired networks. So in the following sections, we are going to be discussing wireless specific security, such as changing the default SSID, setting encryption, disabling SSID broadcast, antenna and access point placement, radio power levels, and WPS. So changing the default SSID. So in Wi-Fi, a service set is a group of wireless network devices which share a service set identifier, or the SSID, which is essentially the label a user assigns to a network name. All wireless networking devices such as WAPs or wireless access points and wireless routers have a default SSID assigned to them by a manufacturer, and that information is readily available online for most common device models that will provide the default username and password to gain access to the device. To help secure the SSID for a wireless router or wireless access point, you want to be sure that the SSID does not include the following, such as your name, your first or last name, your company name, your location, or any other readily identifiable information. Next is setting the encryption. So setting the encryption for wireless networks, whether they are business networks or SOHO networks. I've already talked about this in the video titled Wireless Security Protocols and Authentication. So go to my playlist for the CompTIA A+ 221,002 playlist and look for video 2.3. Disabling SSID broadcast. So disabling the SSID broadcast essentially means your Wi-Fi networking devices aren't advertising the SSID, meaning if you are a casual Wi-Fi user looking for a network to connect to, your smartphone or laptop is not going to see the name of the disabled SSID. However, just because the SSID is disabled does not mean that it isn't broadcasting and cannot be located. One way to locate a disabled SSID is to simply know the name of the network to get access to it. Another way is to use a network analyzer tool, which can quote unquote see disabled SSIDs. So even though CompTIA suggests that disabling an SSID is a good security measure to prevent a casual user from trying to gain access to a network, disabling the SSID is not going to prevent a hacker from discovering the network's name to try to gain unauthorized access to that network. Antenna and access placement. This is very important when it comes to users connecting to a wireless network with a strong signal. The ideal location for an access point is to be placed in a central location if possible, which would offer the greatest coverage to devices physically in the vicinity of the access point. When it comes to antenna placement on the access point, the antennas should be set at 90-degree angles to one another. To help reduce electrical interference, you want to be sure that the access point is away from other wireless devices, speakers, or any other device that consumes a lot of electricity. Then we have radio power levels. So wireless routers and access points all have adjustable radio power levels. If the power levels are set too high, devices located outside of the perimeter of the business or home may be able to pick up on the network and attempt to gain access to it. If the power levels are set too low, devices within the perimeter that should be able to gain access to the network might not be able to locate the network to gain access. Do we have WPS or Wi-Fi protected setup? So Wi-Fi protected setup is a network security standard to create a secure wireless home network. The point of WPS protocol is to allow home users who know little of wireless security and may be intimidated by the available security options to set up Wi-Fi protected access, as well as making it easy to add new devices to an existing network without entering long passphrases. And the two most common ways to configure a network using WPS are as follows. You have the pin method, which is the default method. So a pin marked on the router may be entered into each new device added to the network. And then you have the push button method. The wireless router or wireless access point may require devices to physically push a button or push a software button in a setup program to establish a connection. Let's talk about changing default usernames and passwords. So as previously mentioned, default username and passwords for almost all wireless routers and wireless access points can be found online in documentation readily available for the device's manufacturer. And to protect against potential hackers from exploiting your network, it is highly recommended that you change the default username and passwords immediately upon the initial setup of the device and network. Another way to further secure the integrity of your wireless router or wireless access point, you want to configure the device to where it can only be managed by a wired Ethernet connection only. Enabling MAC filtering. So enabling MAC address filtering lets only devices with specific MAC addresses connect to your router. And this was discussed in the video titled Logical Security Concepts. So once again, go check out my playlist for the 220-1002 exam, and you will find the video in there. And that picture is what the thumbnail looks like for that video. Let's talk about assigning static IP addresses. So the DHCP, this stands for the Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol Server. This is a network management protocol used on Internet Protocol local area networks. With SOHO routers, the DHCP component is built into the device and is responsible for assigning IP addresses to devices trying to connect to the local area network. To restrict access to the LAN by only allowing certain devices to obtain an IP address from the DHCP setting would need to be disabled, which would then require the admin of the network to manually assign static IP addresses to devices that are trying to connect to the LAN. We have firewall settings. So wireless access points and wireless routers offer firewall settings that include the following. You have things such as access logs, filtering of specific types of traffic, enhanced support for VPNs, and network address translation, which prevents internet traffic from determining private IP addresses of devices used on the network. And also, you want to see the router's manufacturer's documentation for more information about other advanced security features. Let's talk about port forwarding. So in computer networking, port forwarding, which is also known as DNAT or Destination Network Address Translation, this is an application of NAT that redirects a communication request from one address and port number combination to another while the packets are traversing a network gateway such as a router or a firewall. And this was discussed in my playlist titled CompTIA A+ 220-1001, or the hardware portion. And the name of that video was called Basic Wired Wireless SOHO Networks, and that is what the thumbnail looks like for that video. So go look at that, watch that video, and get your learn on something serious. Disabling ports. So you should always disable unused ports to prevent hackers from exploiting these unused ports to gain unauthorized access to the network. Blocking TCP and UDP ports. This can be performed with firewall apps such as the Windows Defender Firewall with advanced security. Content filtering and parental controls. So content filtering, this is the use of a program to screen and or exclude access to web pages or email that is deemed objectionable. Content filtering is used by companies as part of their firewalls and also by SOHO personal computers. Content filtering works by specifying content patterns such as text strings or objects within images that, if matched, indicate undesirable content that is to be screened out. A content filter will then block access to this content. Windows Defender is Microsoft's anti-spyware that includes tools such as content filtering and parental controls, in addition to other tools such as virus and threat protection. And this offers tracking of Windows Defender and third-party antivirus software. You have account protection. This includes Windows Hello and dynamic lock features. You have firewall and network protection. This includes access control rules and other network domain security settings. You have app and browser control. This indicates filter controls for browsers and apps. You have device security. This tests device security and sets core security protocols. And then you have device performance and health, and this scans devices and apps to report on their status. And then you have family options. This provides parental controls and family device management options. Now, Apple's parental controls in Mac OS, they can be found by selecting the Apple menu, system preferences, and then going to the parental controls. Linux distributions, they do not include parental controls, but parental controls can be added by way of various third-party apps. Let's talk about updating firmware. So a firmware update, this is a software program used to update the firmware in a device such as a wireless access point and or a wireless router. Firmware updates are available from hardware manufacturers. These updates can solve a myriad of potential issues with the device, to include solving possible operational problems and or enhancing Wi-Fi features, security, and its overall ease of use. To determine if a wireless access point or wireless router is in need of a firmware update, you want to go ahead and do the following. You want to check the device's configuration information to record the current firmware version and to get the proper model number for that device. You want to check the vendor's website to see if a firmware update for your device's particular model is available. You want to download the firmware update to a PC that can be connected to the device via an Ethernet cable. You want to connect the device to a PC. You want to locate the device's firmware update dialog, and then you want to go ahead and follow the instructions to commence the firmware update. And then let's talk about physical security. So physical security describes security measures that are designed to deny unauthorized access to facilities, equipment, and resources, and to protect personnel and property from damage or harm. Now, this has already been talked about in section 2.1. So go to my playlist for the 221,002 video playlist and look for the video titled Physical Security Measures so that you can learn more about physical security in more detail. All right, so now let's get into some of this outstanding check on learning, shall we? So the first question is, which wireless access point configuration settings allow for adjusting the boundary range of a wireless signal? Is it APWPS configuration? Is it the power level controls? Is it the maximum transmission unit, or is it the quality of service? So which one of these will allow for you to adjust the boundary range of the wireless signal? The correct answer is the power level controls. Next question. A solution that simplifies configuration of a new wireless network by enabling non-technical users to easily set up new networks, configure network security settings, and add new devices to an existing network is known as what? Is it WPA, WPS, WEP, or WAP? So which one of these is designed for non-technical users that want to hurry up and get some Wi-Fi security on and popping? And the correct answer is WPS, or Wi-Fi protected setup. And the final question is, which of the following is an application software that selectively blocks access to websites? Is it captive portal, a firewall, content filter, or a proxy server? So which one of these is a software app that selectively blocks access to websites? The correct answer is a content filter. All right. So in summary, we've talked about the security on SOHO wireless and wired networks. In this video, we're going to briefly talk about some common symptoms and solutions for Microsoft Windows operating system problems. All right, so the first thing you may come across is slow system performance. So plenty of issues can cause slow performance in Windows, and below are some of the possible reasons along with some of the solutions. Now, there are just too many issues and solutions to go through in this video, so I've put together these nice little charts here outlining some of the most common symptoms and some of the common solutions that you all can go through at your own leisure by going to my website, technologyg.com, where this video will be posted. In addition to that, here are some that pertain to Linux. And in addition to that, here are some that pertain to Mac as well. So once again, go to my website, technologyg.com, look for this video, and you will see these wonderful charts so that you can look at them at your own leisure. All right, let's talk about limited connectivity and local connectivity. So in Windows 7, if you see a yellow exclamation point symbol, or in Windows 10, if you see a red X icon next to the network icon in the taskbar, that indicates that there is a limited connectivity to the network, meaning that the internet cannot be reached. This is also known as local connectivity. If you see these symbols, the first thing you want to do is to check for connectivity on other devices, and if the other devices cannot connect, you want to go ahead and do the following. So in Windows 7, you want to open up the Network and Sharing Center and then click the red X in the Internet Connect dialog. This will launch the Internet Troubleshooter. Then you want to proceed to follow the recommendations. In Windows 8 and 8.1, you want to click Search to locate and begin the Internet Troubleshooter. Then go ahead and follow the recommendations. In Windows 10, you want to click the network icon in the taskbar to open up the network status window, and then once again, go ahead and follow the troubleshooting recommendations. Now, if there are connection issues with the operating system, you want to turn off the modem, the router, or the access device for a few minutes, then turn it back on. In most instances, this will resolve the problem. If not, you may need to contact your ISP, as this might indicate that there is a bigger issue beyond your local area network. Let's talk about a failure to boot. So a boot failure, this is the inability to locate and or read the operating system from the designated disk. This can be caused by incorrect boot configurations in the BIOS, corrupt or missing boot files, and missing driver files. Different operating systems, they will have different solutions for this type of problem. Let's talk about Windows boot errors. So Windows uses the BCD, or the boot configuration data file, and the BOOTMGR, the boot manager, which stands for Windows Boot Manager, during the startup process. And if these files are corrupted or missing, the following error messages will be displayed. So the first one you'll see is boot manager is missing. So if the boot manager is missing or is corrupt, this message will appear. The black screen may also say to press Control-Alt-Delete plus restart. However, doing so may not necessarily fix the issue. Another thing that you might see, it says, is the Windows boot configuration data file is missing required information. This message means that either the boot manager entry is not present in the BCD store, or that the boot/BCD file on the active partition is damaged or missing. Now, two ways to repair a missing boot manager file is as follows. So you can boot to the system recovery options and then select startup repair. This should repair the system and require a system reboot. To access the options in Windows 7, you would restart the computer and hold the F8 key before the window logo appears. In Windows 8 and 10, you want to locate the advanced startup settings menu. The other option is boot to the system recovery options, and then you would select the command prompt option, and then you will go ahead and type boot rec/fix boot command. Let's talk about Linux boot errors. So if Linux will not start normally, you want to hold down the shift key while starting the system. If the grub or the grub2 bootloader appears, you want to select rescue or recovery to load a minimal version of Linux. With some distributions, you might need to select advanced before you can select a recovery option. Now, from the recovery menu, you might be offered a variety of options to fix your system, such as resume. This will allow for you to continue the normal boot process. You might have the option clean. This will free up space on your file system, and you would use this if the disk is almost full. You might have an option that says DPKG. This repairs broken software. You want to use this if the software installation has failed. You might have fail safe X. This enables the system to boot to a GUI. You might have grub. This updates the grub bootloader. You might see network. This enables networking, which is turned off in recovery mode. You might have root. This opens systems in read and write root shell mode. And then you might have system summary. And this displays information about the system. Let's talk about some Mac boot errors. So to launch a special startup modes in Mac OS, you want to press Command+R. As soon as the startup sound displays, then you want to continue pressing until you are prompted to select a language. Then go ahead and select your language, and the Mac OS Utilities menu will appear. And the following options will appear. Once that happens, you'll have Restore from Time Machine Backup. So if a backup exists and you wish to restore it, you want to roll with that option. You'll have Reinstall Mac OS. So if a new version of Mac OS is available, go ahead and roll with that option. You have Get Help Online, so you can open online help and remote diagnostic options from that option. And then you have Disk Utility. You want to select this option to repair problems with hard drives. Now, to boot from a different partition than usual, such as a boot camp partition, you want to start up your Mac system and hold down the Alt or Option key until a list of bootable drives appears. And then you want to go ahead and select the drive that you wish to use. And finally, let's talk about other symptoms and common solutions. So other symptoms and solutions that are related to the A+ Core 2 objectives that can be found in 3.1 are listed below. Now, once again, being that we're dealing with Windows here. There could be a myriad of issues that are taking place out there. These are just some of the most common ones, or some of the most common solutions that you all should study up on. And once again, this chart will be available on my website, Technology G, where this video will be posted. All right, so in summary, we just quickly went over some of the common symptoms and solutions in Microsoft Windows operating systems. In this real quick video, you're going to learn how to troubleshoot and resolve common PC security issues. So let's talk about some common symptoms and malware infections. Now, there are just way too many of these to go through. So what I've done, I've put together these nice little charts here, giving you the symptom name and some of the possible causes. And these are the ones that you are going to need to know to pass the CompTIA A+ 221002 examination. Now, you can look at this chart on the video, or you can head on over to my website, Technology G, where this video will be posted, and you can look at these wonderful charts at your own leisure. Also, I have created a chart that shows you some of the various tools used by Windows, Mac, and Linux to help prevent and fight malware attacks. Once again, you can look at it from this video, or you can head on over to my website, Technology G, where this video will be posted, and all of this information will be presented to you to view at your leisure to help you get your study on, so you can go out there and pass this test and be the man or the woman out in these streets. So in summary, that's it. That's it for this video, y'all. We have just briefly went over some of the PC security issues. And once again, all this information is on the website. In this video, you are going to learn about the best practice procedures for malware removal. So here is the 7-step procedure to remove malware that you need to know to successfully pass the CompTIA A+ 221002 examination. So the first step is to identify and research malware symptoms. And so for this, you want to refer to my previous video, or if you're reading this or listening to this on the blog, refer to the previous section titled 3.2 PC security, and that will explain a lot of the symptoms and some of the things that you can do to identify and deal with those symptoms. Next, you want to go ahead and quarantine infected systems. So you want to disconnect the system or systems from the network and assume that all media that has contacted the system has possibly been infected. Do you want to go ahead and disable the system restore in Windows? So disable the system restore so it does not run and create a restore point with infected files before the system is clean. Step 4, you want to remediate the infected files. So you want to use a different computer to change passwords for network access, e-commerce, and social media. You want to perform data backups in the event that the system has to be reformatted. Next, you want to check the backup for malware before reinstalling it by following these steps. You want to go ahead and update anti-malware software. So to update the anti-malware on a quarantine system, you want to download offline update files on a different system, copy them to a USB flash drive, and then install the updates on the quarantine system. And then you want to do some scanning and removing. So you want to run scans and remove the threats in safe mode or the Windows recovery environment. Step 5, you want to schedule scans and run updates. So you want to perform scans while updating anti-malware and antivirus software. You want to use specific removal tools if the infection is known by a source, and proceed to follow up with full scans. If you want to scan with more than one tool to ensure that the infection is removed. Step 6, when the system is clean, you want to enable system restore without copying infected files. So manually create a restore point in Windows. And then step 7, you want to educate the user. So you want to discuss principles of avoiding malware infections within users and just overall general guidance for safe computing. All right, so that's that. We have talked about the best practice procedures for malware removal that you are going to need to know to pass this examination. In this video, you will learn about common symptoms and issues associated with mobile operating systems. All right, let's talk about some of the common symptoms. So the following mobile device issues, they have been discussed already in Chapter 5 of the A+ 220-1001. Core 1 or the hardware examination. So if you're watching this video, go look in my playlist. Look for the 220-1001 playlist. Look for videos 5.2, 5.4, and 5.5. They discuss all of these issues, everything from system lockups to no Bluetooth connectivity to slow performance to extremely short battery life, overheating, frozen systems, all of that wonderful stuff. Just look for the video with that thumbnail as the thumbnail for the video, and all of your questions shall be answered in regards to all of these common symptoms that you need to know to pass the 220-1002 examination. Let's talk about system lockup. So a system lockup, this is a security feature used with operating systems and services with a login that locks any account with failed login attempts more than a set parameter. So if a user has forgotten their password, PIN, or pattern code and make too many attempts to log into the device, the user will be blocked from gaining access to the device. To gain access to an Android device after being locked out, a user will need to know their Google login information and provide this information when prompted to restore the access to the device. If this information is unknown, you may have to perform what is known as a hard reset, which could delete all data and apps associated with that device. To regain access to an iPhone after being locked out, a user can use iTunes to restore the device if they previously used iTunes to back up the device. And let's talk about app log errors. So app log errors are simply log information about the mobile device when errors occur, but are not accessible from the phone themselves. Usually to gain access to these logs requires the user to use software developer tools. App log errors can happen due to numerous reasons, but some of the most common are recent operating system update conflicts with an app, installed apps that need to be updated, and app authentication that needs to be updated. Now, simply updating a device typically solves most of these problems. However, if problems persist after an update, you can try these two basic steps to resolve most problems. So first thing you want to do, you want to fully shut down the device. If this solves the issue, you can stop right there. If step 1 does not solve the issue, go ahead and delete the app, shut the phone down again, restart the phone, and then download a fresh version of the app. All right, so that's it. Another short video where we talked about symptoms and issues associated with mobile device operating systems. In this video, you're going to learn how to troubleshoot mobile operating systems and application security issues. So let's go ahead and talk about some of the common symptoms. So the first common symptom that you may come across is signal drop and weak signals. And the easiest way to mitigate a signal drop or a weak signal on a cellular device is to simply move to a different location to pick up a stronger signal, or adjust how you hold the phone. If cellular connections are good outside the office or home, but they are poor inside, you can use a cellular repeater that can help improve the performance. Next thing we're going to talk about is power drain. So if a device has the screen brightness maxed out, in addition to having too many apps running at the same time, that could result in the device having a power drain. And to mitigate a power drain issue, you would simply dim the screen's brightness and close out apps that are not being used. When a cellular device is out of range of a signal, placing the device into airplane mode will also help to minimize the power drain. Let's talk about slow data speeds. So some factors that can result in slow data speeds are as follows. You have no connection to a cellular network. So you want to check the device's network indicator to determine its network connection type. You have weak cellular or Wi-Fi signals. If possible, go ahead and switch to a stronger SSID signal. And you may come across having unlimited data plan speed caps after reaching speed or data limits per billing period. So you want to check the device's data usage and set up data usage warnings to display when your device reaches a certain threshold, or switch to a different data plan that offers more data. Next is unintended Wi-Fi connection. So some Wi-Fi hotspots allow for mobile devices to automatically connect, which can be risky because these hotspots may not be secure connections. To disable this feature, you want to check the Wi-Fi settings on your smartphone. If you have an Android, just go to Settings, Connections, Wi-Fi, More, Advanced, and then disable Auto Connect. If you have an iPhone, go to Settings and Wi-Fi, and then turn off Ask to Join Networks. Next, we have unintended Bluetooth pairing. So to prevent a mobile device from pairing with unknown devices, you want to turn off the Bluetooth when you are not using it. And you want to ensure that the mobile device requests a code from a device that is trying to pair with it. Next, we have leaked personal files and data. So if a mobile device is lost, to prevent personal files and or data from being discovered, you want to make sure that you have encryption enabled. You want to make sure that you have options to lock or wipe the device in case the device is lost. You want to make sure that stuff is enabled. You want to avoid connecting to open Wi-Fi networks. You want to use a VPN connection if you must use an open Wi-Fi network. And you want to disable Wi-Fi tethering or connection sharing if not in use. Let's talk about data transmission over limit. So to check to see how much data your mobile device is using in order to avoid data overages, which could result in additional charges to your bill. If you have an Android, you want to go to Settings, Connections, Data Usage, and do you want to ensure Set Data Limit is turned on to present you a warning to prevent exceeding data limits. If you have an iOS device, just go to Settings, Cellular Data Usage, and then go ahead and disable any apps that should not be using cellular connections. Let's talk about unauthorized account access. So you want to go ahead and implement two-factor authentication to prevent unauthorized account access to your social media, banking, or any other accounts that can be accessed by way of your mobile device. Let's talk about unauthorized location tracking. So to prevent location tracking within an iOS device, go to Settings, Privacy, Location Services, and System Services, and then turn off the frequent locations and clear the history. To prevent location tracking within an Android device, go to Settings, Personal, Privacy and Safety, Location, Location Method, and GPS. Now keep in mind, there are third-party apps that can be used to perform location tracking without the authorization of the device user. And let's talk about unauthorized camera and microphone activation. So once again, there are third-party apps that do exist that can gain access to a mobile device's camera or microphone without the permission of the user of the device. Some of these apps are legitimate and they are offered in Google Play and the App Store. Now, they are typically marketed towards parents and organizations that want to keep tabs on the individuals that are using these phones. And then let's talk about high resource utilization. So to reduce CPU, memory, and storage usage on mobile devices, you want to uninstall apps that are not needed. You want to configure apps to receive updates only via Wi-Fi and not cellular connections. And then you want to go ahead and turn off background updates. All right, so in summary, this was a real quick video. We talked about troubleshooting mobile operating systems and application security issues. In this video, you're going to learn about documentation best practices that are associated with being a good technician in IT. The first thing we need to talk about is network topology diagrams. So a network topology diagram, this is a map of the structure of a network that may be depicted physically or logically. A physical network topology diagram is the placement of the various components of the network, such as the device locations and the cable installation, while the logical network topology diagram illustrates how data flows within a network. And here is a screenshot showing you a typical physical network topology. And here is another screenshot showing you a typical logical network topology diagram. Now let's talk about a knowledge base. So a knowledge base, this is a published collection of documentation that typically includes answers to frequently asked questions, how-to guides, and troubleshooting instructions. Its purpose is to make it easy for people to find solutions to their problems without having to ask for help. The easiest way to access a knowledge base and its articles is to visit the support site for a product or just simply do a search on the topic. Next, we have incident documentation. So an IT incident report is documentation of an event that has disrupted the normal operation of some IT system or had the potential to do so, and how that situation is also handled. In this context, events include any occurrence that has significance for system hardware or software, and an incident is any event that must be dealt with to ensure that a system can continue to function. Next, we have regulatory and compliance policies. So regulatory compliance describes the goal that organizations aspire to achieve in their efforts to ensure that they are aware of and take steps to comply with relevant laws, policies, and regulations. Due to the increasing number of regulations and need for operational transparency, organizations are increasingly adopting the use of consolidated and harmonized sets of compliance controls. This approach is used to ensure that all necessary governance requirements can be met without the unnecessary duplication of effort and activity from resources. Next, we have the acceptable use policy. So an acceptable use policy, this is a set of rules applied by the owner, creator, or admin of a network, website, or service that restrict the ways in which the network, website, or system may be used and sets guidelines as to how it should be used. An AUP document, they are written for corporations, businesses, universities, schools, ISPs, and website owners, often to reduce the potential for legal action that may be taken by a user, and often with little prospect of enforcement. Then we have a password policy. So this is a set of rules designed to enhance computer security by encouraging users to employ strong passwords and to use them properly. A password policy is often part of an organization's official regulations and may be taught as part of a security awareness training. Either the password policy is merely advisory or the computer systems force users to comply with it. And some governments have national authentication frameworks that define requirements for user authentication to government services, including requirements for passwords. And then we have inventory management. So IT inventory management helps IT departments manage money and resources that are spent on technology. IT departments typically receive equipment that has to be tagged and tracked. Asset tracking refers to the method of tracking physical assets, either by scanning barcode labels attached to the assets or by using tags that use GPS or RFID, which can broadcast their location. The tags are usually customized, which each one including the name of the organization along with a barcode or serial number. And most of the tags are made of a metallized polyester that should last as long as the computer asset is expected to be in use. All right, so this was a quick video talking about some of the best practices for documentation that are associated with being a good tech in IT. In this video, you're going to learn about the basics of change management and some best practices that are associated with change management. So let's talk about change management. So change management is an IT service management discipline. The objective of change management in this context is to ensure that standardized methods and procedures are used for efficient and prompt handling of all changes to control IT infrastructures in order to minimize the number and impact of any related incidents upon service. Change management can ensure standardized methods, processes, and procedures which are used for all changes, facilitate efficient and prompt handling of all changes, and maintain the proper balance between the need for change and the potential detrimental impact of changes. Talk about documented business processes and practices. So creating a record of who uses the network, what part of the network, and how others use the network is the first thing to consider before going about implementing change management. Due to the nature of IT infrastructures, which create a lot of overlap in network usage, it cannot be assumed that everyone can do without service to the network in the event that the network has to be shut down for whatever reason. Knowing how a company performs this many tasks can help to create a map for how change should be implemented. The purpose of change. So it is important to identify the purpose of any change to the network. This will limit the scope of change and prevent it from unnecessarily getting larger than it should. Also, it is important to allow users of the network to be a part of the process of identifying issues with the network so that they can help identify potential problems to make sure that any changes are successful. Scope of change. So the scope of change, this refers to the overall extent of a change. The scope must be defined so that users of the network are not suddenly unable to access the network once the change has been implemented. Part of scoping a change means creating an itemized list of things that will stay the same, such as core functions, or things that will go away, such as old equipment, or have a mixed outcome after a change has been implemented. Next, we have a risk analysis. So a risk analysis, this is a technique used to identify and access factors that may jeopardize the success of a project or achieving a goal. Some risks that IT managers are faced with include delays, poor network quality, and the usage of more resources. IT managers are expected to neutralize these risks once they have been identified by grouping them into high, medium, or low risk categories according to their potential impact on an organization. Plan for change. So it is important that all users of a network be aware of changes that will come and understand, based on detailed analysis, how those changes will impact their functions. Even small changes to a network need to have a well-planned implementation. End user acceptance. So end users of a network will be the ones to ultimately dictate the success or failure of a change migration. Therefore, it is important to ensure that end users are informed and involved in the planning and implementation of the change process. One way to get end users involved would be to conduct some type of training for how to use new software or equipment. We have a change board. So a change advisory board, they deliver support to change management teams by advising on requested changes and assisting in the assessment and prioritization of changes. This body is generally made up of IT and business representatives that include a change manager, user manager and groups, technical experts, and possible third party and customers if required. The task of the change board is to analyze requests for change and study the benefits and risks of implementing those changes. Let's talk about a backout plan. So a backout plan is an IT governance integration approach that specifies the processes required to restore a system to its original or earlier state in the event of a failed or aborted implementation. A backout plan adheres to an action list created prior to software or system integration. This list includes detailed steps and techniques for uninstalling or disintegrating a new system, as well as reversing process changes in order to get things back to normal. And then let's talk about document changes. So documenting changes is paramount in any type of change management process so that a record of what has changed and how it was accomplished can be readily available for anyone who wants to make further changes to the network. All right, so this was a quick video talking about the change management process and some of its best practices. In this video, you are going to learn about implementing basic disaster prevention and recovery methods. So let's talk about backup and recovery. So for Windows, Linux, and Mac OS systems, there are several ways to back up images, such as cloud backups, using a backup service, or backing up to network attached storage systems on a network. And for each backup method, there are 3 levels of data backups. The first one you have is a system image. This makes a copy of an entire disk, including the operating system, which is known as the system image. This is also known as a full backup or snapshot and can be used to restore a failed computer if there is a failure. Then you have a file level backup. This backs up or archives files such as documents, reports, and pictures. And then we have critical application backups. This backs up applications needed to restore business after a disaster. This can be accomplished with a system image or with VMs that can load to run very quickly. Then we have backup testing. So backup testing is the activity of testing in a controlled environment how well an application is able to recover from crashes, hardware failures, or other similar problems to allow for IT staff to practice restoration so the skill is in place when it is needed most. Then we have UPS, or an uninterruptible power supply, and this is an electronic apparatus that provides emergency power to a load when the input power or mains power fails. And UPS is typically used to protect hardware such as computers, data centers, telecommunications equipment, or other electronic equipment where an unexpected power disruption could cause injuries, fatalities, serious business disruptions, or data loss. And UPS differs from an auxiliary or an emergency power system or standby generator in that it will provide near instantaneous protection from input power interruptions by supplying energy stored in batteries. Next, we have a surge protector. So a surge protector, this is an appliance or device intended to protect electrical devices from voltage spikes in alternating current circuits. The most common type of surge protectors are power strips that are plugged into a grounded wall outlet to protect devices such as PCs, TVs, and other common electronic devices. If there is a surge or spike in power, a protector simply breaks the circuit and the device loses power. Next, we have local storage. So local storage consists of backing up data on workstations to an external drive, such as a hard drive or a USB flash drive. The Windows backup and file history utilities and Time Machine and Mac OS easily back up files and system images to external hard drives. And depending upon the distribution of Linux being used, it can include several utilities that can be used for backups, such as the command line tar, rsync, or grsync, which stands for GUI for rsync utilities. And then we have cloud storage. So cloud storage is a model of computer data storage in which the digital data is stored in logical pools, which are said to be the cloud. The physical storage spans multiple servers, sometimes in multiple locations, and the physical environment is typically owned and managed by a hosting company. These cloud storage providers are responsible for keeping the data available and accessible, and the physical environment protected and running. Some popular cloud storage providers that provide varying levels of storage space, encryption services, and price points are Amazon Drive, Dropbox, Google Drive, and OneDrive for Windows. And below is a wonderful little chart showing you some of the differences between cloud and local storage. And then we have account recovery options. So there are a variety of ways to recover an account, such as you could submit an email address associated with an account on a login page and then have a password recovery link sent via email. You can have tech support reset an account with a temporary password that must be reset upon login. You can answer secret questions with answers provided during the account setup, or you can have a system administrator use Windows Active Directory admin tools to recover user accounts. So that was just a quick little video on basic disaster prevention and recovery methods. In this video, you're going to learn about computer safety procedures such as equipment grounding, proper component handling and storage, toxic waste handling, personal safety, and compliance with government regulations. Let's talk about equipment grounding. So grounding an electrical system simply means making a direct connection from the building's electrical service to the earth so that dangerous voltage from line surges and lightning strikes will find its way to the earth instead of injuring people, damaging equipment, or causing a fire. Every three-prong grounded outlet in a building has a direct connection to a metal grounding electrode that goes several feet into the earth. The use of properly grounded outlets provide an element of safety for the user and the computer. Let's talk about proper component handling and storage. So electrostatic discharge, or ESD. This is the sudden flow of electricity between two electrically charged objects caused by contact with an electrical short or dielectric breakdown. A buildup of static electricity can be caused by tribocharging or by electrostatic induction. The ESD occurs when differently charged objects are brought close together or when the dielectric between them breaks down, often creating a visible spark. Without ESD protection, static electricity will seek to discharge to anything else that has a different electrical potential, especially metallic items like circuit boards. And the four key areas for protection against ESD are anti-static bags, ESD straps, ESD mats, and self-grounding. An anti-static bag. This is a bag used for storing electronic components which are prone to damage caused by electrostatic discharge. So when removing a component from a computer, immediately place it inside of an anti-static bag, and then place it inside of a protective box to avoid physical impact damage to the component. ESD straps. So an anti-static wrist strap. This is an anti-static device used to safely ground a person working on very sensitive electronic equipment to prevent the buildup of static electricity on their body, which can result in ESD. It consists of an elastic band of fabric with fine conductive fiber woven into it, attached to a wire with a clip on the end, which is connected to a ground conductor. Next, we have ESD mat. So an anti-static mat is one of a number of anti-static devices designed to help eliminate static electricity. The ESD mat can be connected to a device being repaired using one of the following methods. You can connect it with a cable via an alligator clip, or you can have a cable with a loop designed to be held in place by a K-screw, but with the cable snapped to the mat rather than to your wrist. And then we have self-grounding. So if you do not have access to an anti-static ESD wrist strap or a mat, a last resort option to prevent the buildup of static electricity in your body from damaging computer components is to simply self-ground yourself by touching a nearby metal component before touching the device you plan to work on, such as touching the metal portion of a chair. And you can self-ground by touching an unpainted portion of the case with both hands before installing or uninstalling a component. And you want to do this every time before you touch a component. Now, as a note, prior to working on electronic equipment, you want to always remove jewelry from your body. Do not touch the chips, contacts, or other circuitry while handling the components. You want to hold them by the edges or the bracket. And also, if possible, perform work in non-carpeted areas to help prevent the buildup of static electricity, and also avoid using AC-powered tools near the computer. Let's talk about toxic waste handling. So 5 types of computer-related toxic waste that you need to know about as far as this exam is concerned are batteries, toner, CRT displays, cell phones, and tablets. Let's talk about batteries. So do not throw cell phone, computer, ups, or any electronic device batteries in the trash. You want to recycle them in order to prevent them from becoming toxic waste. And ways to recycle electronic batteries are as follows. You can use a recycling drop-off station, such as a drop-off station at an electronics retailer. You can return the batteries directly to the manufacturer for recycling. And during the storage and transport of the recycled batteries, you want to make sure that the battery contacts are prevented from touching one another. Toner. So toner bottles and cartridges for laser printers and copiers should be recycled instead of being discarded. Unlike with batteries, users can actually earn money or credits towards additional purchases by recycling toner bottles and cartridge products at local office supply stores or toner recycling shops. Then we have CRT displays. So CRT displays, they contain heavy metals, including lead solder on older models, and a CRT can retain potentially dangerous electric charges long after it has been shut down. So to avoid these hazards, you want to use an approved electronics recycler for CRT displays. And cell phones and tablets. So as previously mentioned, batteries for cell phones and tablets should be recycled. But before disposing of these devices, you want to be sure that any personal and company data has been safely deleted. And you want to also ensure that the SIM card has been removed. All right, let's talk about personal safety. So the first thing you want to do is disconnect the power first. So before working on any type of electronic equipment, always disconnect it from its power source first to avoid potential electrical hazards. You want to remove jewelry, remove all kinds of jewelry, and do not allow jewelry to come into contact with any of the components. Let's talk about lifting techniques. So when lifting a large or heavy item, you want to stand close to the item, squat down to the item by bending your knees. Grasp the items firmly, keep your back straight, and slowly lift with your legs and not your back. You want to be sure not to twist the body and keep the item close to the body to help prevent back injuries. Weight limitations. You want to know your weight limitations to avoid injury. So as a general rule, if an item is heavier than 1/4 of your body weight, you should ask somebody for help. Let's talk about electrical fire safety. So buildings, they should be outfitted with smoke detectors and fire extinguishers. The proper type of fire extinguisher for an electrical fire is a Class C extinguisher. If the fire is too big to handle, you need to dial 911 and evacuate the building immediately. If the fire involves a live electrical wire, you need to shut that thing down at the source, but do not attempt to do this with your bare hands, and make sure that your feet are dry and that you are not standing in water. And then to do this, you want to use a wooden stick, board, or some type of rope. Let's talk about cable management. So routing power cables and data cables inside of a PC is important for providing good airflow to allow for proper cooling, and properly managing external cables will help to prevent people from tripping over the cables and falling out and busting their head. And let's talk about safety goggles. So you want to wear safety goggles when performing computer repairs, cleaning, or upgrades to avoid eye injuries from dust, dirt, flyaway screws or bolts, solder, or other activities. And then we have air filter masks. So if a job being performed requires metal machining, buffing, sanding, soldering, waste processing, recycling, or painting as part or all of your technology related work, an air filter mask might be required for safety. And finally, let's talk about compliance with local government regulations. So compliant with local government regulations is a necessary part of legal and safe electronics and technology work. So you need to check with your local municipalities for recommended electronics recyclers, and also follow the regulations for ventilation and other workplace issues as well. All right, so in summary, we have talked about equipment grounding, component handling, toxic waste handling, personal safety, and compliance with government regulations. In this video, you're going to learn about environmental impacts and controls such as material safety data sheet documentation, temperature, humidity level awareness, and proper ventilation, power surges, and under voltage events. All right, material safety data sheet. So a material safety data sheet is a document that lists information relating to occupational safety and health for the use of various substances and products. Any product that uses chemicals is required to have a MSDS, and an MSDS includes the following information. It has information pertaining to the treatment if a person was to come in contact with or ingest some type of substance, dealing with some type of spill, handling and disposal of substances properly, and how and where to store substances. Temperature, humidity, and air ventilation. So be aware of the temperature and humidity measurements in your building. Although there is no specific government policy regarding this, there are recommendations including a recommended temperature range of 68 to 76 degrees Fahrenheit and a recommended humidity range of between 20% and 60%. Remember that the higher the humidity, the less chance of ESD or electrostatic discharge, but it may become uncomfortable for workers, so a compromise will have to be met. Let's talk about ventilation. So an organization should employ the use of local exhausts to remove contaminants generated by the organization's processes and to introduce an adequate level of fresh outdoor air through natural or mechanical ventilation. Air ducts and dampers, they need to be cleaned regularly, and the ductwork installation should be inspected periodically. And then finally, let's talk about power surges, brownouts, and blackouts. So reliable power, it delivers a consistent level, which is essential for protecting electronic equipment such as computers. An electrical outlet may be properly wired, but there are other threats to the well-being of computers connected to the outlet, including power surges. And these occur when the flow of electricity is interrupted, then started again, or when something sends electricity flowing back into the system. Surge suppressors are designed to block power surges from damaging equipment that is plugged into it. Then we have this thing called a brownout, and this is an intentional or unintentional drop in voltage in an electrical power supply system. And then you have blackouts, where you have complete power loss. And when a blackout occurs, the home, office, or school has absolutely no power, which causes any powered device without a battery or generator backup to stop working. All right, so this was a real short video where we talked about material safety datasheet documentations, temperature, humidity, and ventilation, power surges, and under voltage events. In this video, you're going to learn about incident response, licensing, DRM, EULAs, and regulated data. All right, first thing we need to address is this thing called prohibited content. So as it directly relates to incident response, prohibited content and activity can be defined as follows. It could be any content stored on a company-owned or company-managed computer, mobile device, or network that is contrary to organizational policy. And it can also be any activity performed or received by a company-owned or company-managed computer, mobile device, or networks that is contrary to organizational policy. Incident response. So an incident is an event that could lead to loss of or disruption to an organization's operations, services, or functions. Incident response is a term describing the activities of an organization to identify, analyze, and correct hazards to prevent future reoccurrences. So the first step of the incident response process is to identify exactly what happened to determine if the incident needs to be troubleshooted at your level or escalated to a higher level to handle the incident. The next step is to report the incident through the proper channels, followed by taking steps to ensure that the data and or device is preserved. Preserving the data or device could mean actions like making backups of the computer's image or simply leaving the device as is and waiting for a computer forensics expert to examine the machine and collect evidence. Documentation. So thorough documentation is your friend. It is important that you record any and all details related to the incident, even if you have to write the information down on paper or snap pictures. Documentation should include any processes, procedures, and user training that might be necessary to avoid a similar incident in the future. Chain of custody. So in legal context, this is the chronological documentation or paper trail that records the sequence of custody, control, transfer, analysis, and disposition of materials, including physical or electronic evidence. The chain of custody should be initiated at the start of any investigation and should include the tracking of evidence and documentation processes, who has custody of the evidence at any given time, and the verification that the evidence has not been modified or tampered with. All right, let's talk about licensing. So a software license, this is a legal instrument usually by way of contract law with or without printed materials governing the use or redistribution of software. And software licenses that you need to become familiar with to pass this test, you need to know what DRM is, a EULA, open source versus commercial licenses, personal licenses, and enterprise licenses. Let's talk about DRM. So DRM, or digital rights management, this is an access control technology for restricting the use of proprietary hardware and copyrighted works. DRM technologies try to control the use, modification, and distribution of copyrighted work, such as software and multimedia content, as well as systems within devices that enforce these policies. So in layman's terms, DRM limits the end user's rights to copy, transfer, or use software or digital media. An example of DRM is the limits on the number of systems that can use an application at the same time, such as Adobe Creative Cloud or Microsoft Office 365. Next, we have a EULA. So this stands for an End User License Agreement, and this is a legal contract entered in between a software developer or vendor and the user of the software, often where the software has been purchased by the user from an intermediary such as a retailer. A EULA specifies in detail the rights and restrictions which apply to the use of the software. Next, we have open source and commercial licenses. So open source software, this is a type of computer software in which source code is released under a license in which the copyright holder grants the right to use, study, change, and distribute the software to anyone and for any purpose to include being sold. However, open source licenses require that sellers of open source software not limit the rights of purchasers to use, change, or share the software. The Linux operating system, this is an example of open source software that is available in a variety of system distributions, which are known as distros. Then we have commercial software, and this is computer software that is produced for sale or that serves commercial purposes. Most commercial software other than open software is referred to as closed software. Microsoft Windows, Mac OS, and Adobe Creative Cloud are examples of commercial software. Unlike open source licenses, commercial licenses do not cover the source code, which are the instructions used to make the software, and they limit how licenses can use the object code or the program. Let's talk about a personal license. So a personal license is an option for private individuals who purchase a software license with their own funds solely for their own use. Personal licenses are not to be purchased, refunded, or in any way financed by companies. Essentially, these licenses limit the use of the software to one or a very small number of computers within the same household. An enterprise license usually permits unlimited use of a product or system throughout an enterprise, although some limitations and restrictions may apply. An enterprise license eliminates the need to register a software program every time it is installed on a new device or used by a new person within the organization. Enterprise licenses, they differ from personal licenses by they include management and security features that are designed for the enterprise. They have different rules for software upgrades and personal license software. They may be licensed per seat, per device, per processor, or in other ways. And some personal software licenses such as Microsoft Home Office and Student, they are specifically restricted from being used within businesses. Let's talk about regulated data. So regulated data, this is data that requires specific privacy and security safeguards as mandated by federal, state, local law, and or organizational policies or agreements. 4 types of data are regulated and they must be protected by the network administrators, and they are as follows. You have PII, or personally identifiable information, and this is information relating to the identifiable person, such as their name, address, driver's license, social security number, etc. Next, you have PCI, and this stands for Payment Card Industry. And this is a standard in which information security standards for organizations that handle branded credit cards from major credit card schemes. They are to protect credit card holders' data, such as their card numbers, their addresses, and their credit information. Then we have GDPR. This stands for General Data Protection Regulation. And this is a regulation in the European Union where they have data protections and privacies to include protecting data such as health, biometrics, genetic information, and your criminal history. And then we have PHI. This stands for Protected Health Information. So under the U.S. law, this is any information about health status, provision of health care, or payment of health care that is created or collected by a covered entity and can be linked to a specific individual. Also, just understand that any organizations that hold or use any of this type of information, they do have the responsibility for protecting this information from identity thieves. All right, so in summary, we've talked about incident response, licensing, DRM, EULAs, and regulated data. In this video, you're going to learn about proper communication techniques and professionalism while working within the IT environment. Let's talk about the use of proper language. So it shouldn't have to be stated, but the use of proper language is speaking in a manner that is professional to your work environment. This means avoiding cursing or swearing, especially within the presence of clients and customers. Also, avoid using computer jargon and acronyms if possible, as to not confuse customers who might not be hip to the lingo. Maintaining a positive attitude. So as a computer tech, your job is to solve computer problems for people who do not know how to solve these problems, or they are restricted from solving these problems on their own. While you are out there solving computer related problems, you need to always maintain a positive attitude and project confidence that you will solve the problem, even if you don't know what you're doing. You also want to actively listen to the customer. So when dealing with a customer, always actively listen to what the customer has to say, make eye contact, take notes, and encourage open-ended answers without interruptions. What the person says might provide clues about the reason for the problem. Be culturally sensitive. So always be mindful about cultural sensitivity in order to maintain good lines of communication. Use appropriate titles when addressing people such as Mr., Mrs., Doctor, etc. And when a person has an accent and it is hard to understand them, just concentrate and ask the person to repeat anything that you did not understand. Be on time. So there's a saying that goes, if you're early, you're on time. If you're on time, you're late. And if you're late, don't even bother showing up. Punctuality is probably the most important ingredient in customer relationships. If you have to be late, contact the customer. Reliability is always highly valued by clients. Avoid distractions. So always remain focused on the task at hand when solving a problem for a customer, and do not let your cell phone, the TV, social media, coworkers, or some other event that is not related to the task at hand distract you, unless that distraction turns out to be a legit emergency. Just respect the customer's time until the job is finished. Let's talk about some tips for how you can deal with difficult customers and situations. So the first thing you want to do, you want to avoid arguing with customers and do not be offensive. The job is to solve the customer's problem, and doing that can sometimes require a lot of patience. You do not want to minimize the customer's problems, because problems that seem simple to a technician could be very difficult for a customer. Avoid being judgmental of your customers. Forming opinions based on your personal feelings can usually produce a bad outcome. Clarify customer statements. Ask the customer open-ended questions to further identify what the issue is and narrow the scope of the problem. Do not disclose experiences that you have with that customer on social media. Respect a customer's privacy by avoiding discussing your interactions with that customer on social media. Let's talk about setting and meeting expectations. So strengthening expectations and communication can be accomplished by offering different repair and replacement options and allowing the customer to select the one that works best in that situation if possible, providing proper documentation of any services or products that are offered, and by following up with the customer at a later date to verify the continued satisfaction. And let's talk about dealing appropriately with customers' confidential and private material. So always respect the privacy of a customer's data on their computer or mobile device while you have access to the device as you are trying to solve the problem for them. The only time you will break this privacy is if you discover something that is just flat out illegal. You want to go ahead and report that to the authorities. Outside of the scope of clearly illegal data, remember that the customer's computer information, printouts, and other information is the customer's, and such data needs to be kept private. Also, if the customer has confidential or private materials on their computer, ask the customer to move the information to another area that will prevent you from getting access to the material to protect you from any possible future suspicion later on. All right, so this was a real quick video talking about proper communication techniques and professionalism while working in IT. In this video, you're going to learn about the basics of scripting, such as scripting file types, environment variables, comment syntax, basic script constructs, and basic data types. Let's talk about script file types. So a script file is a series of commands that are to be executed by the command line interpreter that are stored in a plain text file in order to allow for a computer to perform a task. And scripting languages that you need to be familiar with in order to pass the A+ exam are as follows. You need to be familiar with the Windows batch file, PowerShell, VBScript, Linux shell script, Python, and JavaScript. Now you just need to be familiar with them. You don't have to be experts with them. You just need to know the basic of the basic of the basics when it comes to it. And this little handy dandy chart will help you to understand the basics of the basics of the basics. And you can pause this video or you can go visit my website where the information for this particular lesson is posted and get your learn on to your heart's content. Let's talk about environmental variables. So an environmental variable is a dynamic name value that can affect the way running processes will behave on a computer. They are part of the environment in which a process runs. So for example, a running process can query the value of the temp environment variable to discover a suitable location to store temporary files, or the home or user profile variable to find the directory structure owned by the user running the process. Let's talk about comment syntax. So in computer programming, a comment is a programmer readable explanation or annotation in the source code of a computer program. They are added with the purpose of making the source code for humans easy to understand and are generally ignored by compilers and interpreters. The syntax of comments in various programming languages, it can vary considerably. Comments are sometimes also processed in various ways to generate documentation external to the source code itself by documentation generators, or used for integration with source code management systems and other kinds of external programming tools. Basic script constructs. So all computer languages follow strict command structures and syntax. And while shells take away some of the burden, syntax still needs to be correct. So the first one we want to talk about is basic loops. So basic loops enable code to run as many times as needed until a condition is no longer true. In Java, there are three kinds of looping. You have a while loop, a for loop, and a do while loop. In other languages has similar looping logic. And to learn more about looping, you can go check out my video titled Programming Organizational Techniques and Interpreting Languages in the IT Fundamentals playlist, and that'll be video 4.2. And then we have variables. Variables are used to store information to be referenced and manipulated in a computer program. They also provide a way of labeling data with a descriptive name so our programs can be understood more clearly by the readers and ourselves. The sole purpose of variables is to label and store data in memory. This data can then be used throughout your program. And to learn more about information pertaining to variables, go check out my video titled Data Types in the IT Fundamentals playlist, and that will be video 1.2. And then we have basic data types. So when writing scripts, coders use different data types to inform the computer about how to process different kinds of data. The basic data types are integers, floating point numbers, characters, and strings. And once again, to get more information about data types, go check out my video titled Data Types in the IT Fundamentals playlist, and that will be video 1.2. All right, so this was a very quick video where we talked about scripting file types, environmental variables, comment syntax, basic script constructs, and basic data types. In this video, you're going to learn about remote access technologies such as RDP, Telnet, SSH, and file sharing. Let's talk about remote access. So a remote access service is any combination of hardware and software to enable the remote access tools or information that typically resides on a network of IT devices. A remote access service connects a client to a host computer known as a remote access server. And the most common approach to this service is remote control of a computer by using another device which needs the internet or any other network connection. RDP, or Remote Desktop Protocol. This is a proprietary protocol developed by Microsoft, which provides a user with a graphical interface to connect to another computer over a network connection. The user employs RDP client software for this purpose, while the other computer must run RDP server software. The protocol allows for encrypted access with screen capture, mouse and keyboard functions. Common tasks with the remote connections are support and management of remote computers. RDP is a proprietary Microsoft protocol that is pre-installed on Windows, but Mac and Linux versions of both server and client are available as well. And to enable remote desktop in Windows 10, just go to Settings, System, and Remote Desktop. Telnet. So this is an application protocol used on the internet or local area network to provide a bidirectional, interactive, text-oriented communication facility using a virtual terminal connection. Telnet enables users to make a text-based connection to a remote computer or device and use it as if he or she were a user sitting right in front of the computer. Windows and Linux contain a command line Telnet program. To open a connection to a remote computer, just open a command prompt in Windows or terminal session in Linux and type Telnet and then press enter to open the Telnet command prompt. Another option is to download the Telnet application and open it to configure the settings. Mac includes a menu-driven Telnet program available from terminal. Be mindful that Telnet does not encrypt content, so information transmitted via Telnet could possibly be discovered by hackers. And also Telnet uses TCP port 23. SSH or Secure Shell Protocol. This is a cryptographic network protocol for operating network services securely over an unsecured network. Typical applications include remote command line, login, and remote command execution, but any network service can be secured with SSH. This protocol offers more secure options than FTP or File Transfer Protocol and Telnet, and SSH, it uses TCP port 22. And let's talk about file sharing. So file sharing is the practice of distributing or providing access to digital media, such as computer programs, multimedia documents, or electronic books. File sharing may be achieved in a number of ways. Common methods of storage, transmission, and dispersion include manual sharing, utilizing removable media, centralized servers on computer networks, World Wide Web-based hyperlinked documents, and the use of distributed peer-to-peer networking. Several protocols use SSH as a way of making a secure connection. One of these is Secure File Transfer Protocol, or SFTP, and SFTP provides file access over a reliable data stream generated and protected by SSH. Cloud file management is now doing much of the work FTP has performed in the past, and examples of cloud storage providers are Dropbox, Google Drive, Microsoft OneDrive, and Amazon Drive. So that was a real quick video where we talked about RDP, Telnet, SSH, and file sharing. Now, if you felt like you've gotten something valuable out of this information, go ahead and hit the like button, share button, drop a comment, but most importantly, subscribe to this channel. Also, go check out my website, Technology G, so that you can get read up on the latest and greatest to help you successfully pass the CompTIA A+ 220-1002 examination. And until next video, ladies and gentlemen, peace.